Okay, orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-33, Strengthening the Port System and Railway Safety in Canada Act.
Second reading of Bill C-33. Mr. Algabra, seconded by Ms. Pitspa-Taylor, moves that Bill C-33, an act to amend the Customs Act, the Railway Safety Act, and the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, the Marine Transportation Security Act, the Canada Transportation Act, and the Canada Marine Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you and to my colleagues. Before I begin my remarks, let me just take a moment to pay tribute to our friend and former colleague, Marc Garneau, who resigned this week from his seat as a Member of Parliament. Marc Garneau was a Member of Parliament who served with dignity and pride. He served Canadians throughout his career in various roles, and I know that he'll be deeply missed by his constituent, but certainly by his friends and colleagues here in the House of Commons. And Madam Speaker, today I'm building on the work that he started when he was a Minister of Transport. So I just want to acknowledge and recognize the work that he's done, and it gives me great pleasure to be able to build on a lot of the excellent work that he's done when he was a Minister of Transport. Madam Speaker, the last 3 years have been extraordinarily hard on Canadians and on global and domestic supply chains. From global inflation to delays for many products, Canadians have been impacted by a global phenomena experienced by the rest of the world. Global challenges like the COVID-19 pandemic, labor shortages, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, as well as extreme weather events have all contributed to major supply chain disruptions. Our government remains focused on supporting Canadians during these unprecedented times. Whether it was support during COVID or targeted initiatives to help Canadians weather its lingering impacts, we've been there and we will continue to be there. Our government's priority continues to be making sure Canadians have access to the goods they need when they need them at a reasonable price.
Our government is there for Canadians.
That's why we continue to take action to strengthen our supply chain, which will help reduce cost pressures on the transportation of goods, which in turn will help make life more affordable for Canadians. One of the many ways we're taking action is with Bill C-33, Strengthening the Port System and Railway Canada Act. Bill C-33 will modernize Canada's transportation system, making it more sustainable, competitive and resilient. Canada's transportation system is the backbone of our economy. Our primary modes of transport, marine, air, rail and road, are interdependent, and a disruption in one can impact the entire supply chain.
Our transportation system is the backbone of our economy.
Bill C-33 seeks to modernize our ports and secure our railways because an efficient and reliable supply chain is key to building an economy that works for all Canadians. In January of 2022, I hosted a supply chain summit and created a national supply chain task force. The mandate of the task force was to provide ideas on how we can strengthen our supply chain. Last fall, I shared with Canadians the report from the supply chain task force. They consulted extensively with industry and labor representatives across the country on priority areas for immediate and long-term actions to reduce congestion, improve reliability, and increase resilience within Canada's transportation supply chain. They also met with representatives in the United States to understand how we can improve supply chains across our shared borders. The recommendations outlined in the task force report will inform the national supply chain strategy that our government has been working on. Ensuring our supply chains are strong has always been a top priority for me and for our government. That's why Transport Canada initiated 2 separate reviews since we came into government: the Port Modernization Review and the Railway Safety Act Review. With both reviews now complete, we are able to advance concrete and immediate actions to modernize how our ports and railways respond to the evolving demands on our transportation infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the bill I'm proposing today is a demonstration of the government taking action to directly support 2 key modes of transportation that connect us domestically and to the world markets.
With this bill, we are taking concrete action.
This modernized framework for port governance, railway safety and security, and the transportation of dangerous goods will be used for decades to come. Through Bill C-33, I'm proposing an ambitious set of reforms to the marine transportation system.
This bill proposes an ambitious set of reforms.
It includes significant reforms to the governance of Canada's port authorities and improvements to marine safety and security through changes to the following legislation: the Canada Marine Act, the Canada Transportation Act, the Marine Transportation Security Act, and the Customs Act. In a constantly changing world, ports as key hubs for trade need a modern framework to better respond to increasingly complex challenges. Bill C-33 would provide them with these tools. Additionally, I'm proposing amendments to the Railway Safety Act to improve the safety and security of Canada's railway system. Resilient railway operations need a modernized legislative framework to maintain safe, secure, efficient, and reliable services that not only foster economic growth, but also benefit all Canadians. Collectively, these measures will keep our supply chains resilient and competitive.
These measures help keep our supply chains strong.
Finally, our government is proposing changes to the Canada Transportation Act to enhance the overall movement of goods across Canada, and to the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act to enhance and clarify the safe and secure transportation of dangerous goods in Canada. I'll start by focusing on Canada's ports, Madam Speaker. The proposal before you today is the result of 4 years of work and stakeholder engagement. Importantly, it also takes into account the many lessons learned from the challenges that hit our transportation network over the past few years. The changes being advanced are focused on 6 areas: competitiveness, investment, governance, Indigenous and local communities, environmental sustainability, and marine safety and security. This bill proposes to ease congestion in our ports, advance reconciliation and enhance structured, meaningful engagement with Indigenous peoples, act on risks posed by climate change, and promote a resilient system that is safe and secure. I'd like to first focus on the measures that would advance competitiveness. This bill will increase competition by improving the flow of goods through our ports. This was a key ask from stakeholders, who stressed the collaboration is key to improving fluidity, encouraging investments, and expanding port capacity. Additionally, industry-led recommendations from the Supply Chain Task Force called for new enabling authorities to facilitate leasing land, transporting containers inland, and for regulations and legislations to empower our government to take actions that decongest ports. To better position our strategic ports and support national supply chain performance, the bill amends the Canada Marine Act to expand the ability of ports to govern and manage traffic, including marine vessel traffic and anchorage use that are often a source of concern to coastal communities. In support of this traffic management mandate, our government will establish information and data sharing requirements with ports and port users to improve the efficiency of their operations. We will ensure the shared data is appropriately protected. This framework will also support the work our government is doing to develop a national supply chain data strategy. This proposed legislation would also expand the operational scope of port authorities, enabling them to move operations inland away from congested urban areas, which would reduce the impacts these operations can have on local communities. The ability of Canada Port Authorities to rise to these new challenges and improve supply chain fluidity is not just dependent on new authorities proposed in this bill, but also on their financial capabilities to invest in infrastructure and take action. The current rules put rigid limits on port borrowing, which ultimately inhibits growth. To facilitate timely and more predictable access to funding, port borrowing limits would be reviewed every 3 years. These regular reviews will also hold ports accountable to responsible debt repayment to limit financial risk to Canadians. Proposals in this bill would also improve investment in ports by providing greater clarity and predictability to private investors that have been key to the development of the world-class ports we have today. Specifically, this bill proposes to amend the Canada Transportation Act so that transactions at ports with a value of more than $10 million would be eligible for review by the Minister of Transport. This would ensure these investments meet Canada's competition and national and economic security objectives. This bill would allow our government increased flexibility to act quickly to mitigate security threats to supply chains and further their resiliency during times of emergency. The recent devastation to rail corridors resulting from flooding on the West Coast illustrates the need to have tools to respond when the safety or the security of supply chain operations are under threat. Specifically, this legislation would enable swift intervention in exceptional circumstances caused by disruptive events, such as pandemic, extreme weather, or the actions of a hostile state actor. With these new powers, I, as the Minister of Transport, would be enabled to send a notice to the responsible authority and direct measures to be taken to restore supply chain fluidity. I'd now like to focus, Madam Speaker, on measures that seek to update the governance structure of Canada Port Authorities. These measures would provide ports with the tools necessary to meet current and future challenges. Let me be clear. The arm's-length nature of ports remain an essential part of their operations and will be maintained. This feature is key to ensure our ports are seen as credible partners in the global market. However, consultations with stakeholders and local communities identified that the governance structure could more effectively balance national, local, economic, and socio-environmental considerations. That's why I'm proposing changes that better frame the relationship between government and ports while enhancing efficiency and transparency and preserving port authority autonomy. These measures involve providing the Minister of Transport with the ability to designate the chairperson of the board from among the board members and in consultation with the board. This measure will ensure Canadian port authorities and our government are aligned on how we deal with the increasing complex economic, social, and environmental issues facing our ports. Prairie provinces play a crucial role in supporting a competitive Canadian economy, with ports representing the gateway that connects them to the rest of the world. Given the interdependence between the two, the bill would increase the Prairie Province's representation on the boards of the Prince Rupert and Thunder Bay Port Authorities. This would reflect their growth and importance to the Canadian economy and mirror similar structured changes previously made to the Board of Vancouver Fraser Port Authority. In addition, A series of amendments would improve board performance, accountability, and transparency. First, I'm proposing to broaden the pool of prospective board candidates by expanding the list of eligible persons to serve as directors. Currently, the exclusion criteria are far too broad and excludes individuals whose employment would not present conflict, impacting the eligibility of highly qualified candidates. This will enable Port Authority boards to access a wider selection of highly qualified candidates and will further facilitate their success. Another improvement being proposed through the bill is a requirement for Canada Port Authorities to undertake a review of governance practices every 3 years. These reviews would evaluate the effectiveness of board governance practices, like assessments of conflict of interest and record-keeping practices. The results of these assessments will be shared with Transport Canada and will inform future policy measures as needed. Furthermore, legislation would provide the authority to make regulations pertaining governance of Canada Port Authorities. This authority would enable the government to keep governance requirement up to date, recognizing the importance of working with port authorities, Indigenous groups, and stakeholders as part of the regulation-making process. As I have noted, Madam Speaker, a key challenge to port governance is in aligning their national mandate with local realities. As part of the engagement process, we heard about the importance of a strong relationship between port authorities and local, notably Indigenous communities. Indigenous communities stressed that more could be done to recognize Indigenous rights, including increasing efforts to address issues and consider interests raised by Indigenous communities. La collaboration.
Working together with Indigenous peoples is important.
This bill would create more opportunities for port authorities to work together with Indigenous groups and local communities to improve responsiveness and transparency in port management of economic, environmental, and social issues. This change of approach starts with a proposed amendment to the Canada Marine Act that would explicitly provide distinction and recognition for Indigenous groups within the legislation, setting the stage for better port Indigenous community engagement. Building on this, and as a complement to the ability to designate the board chair and the suite of measures to improve internal port governance, proposed changes, Madam Speaker, would see ports being required in law to establish 3 new advisory committees, one with Indigenous communities, one with local stakeholders, and one with local governments. These groups would be designed to structure engagement, enable ongoing dialogue, and inform port planning and decision-making. Indigenous peoples, municipalities, communities, and industry groups also stressed that ports should also be leaders in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and building greener infrastructure and operations. Aligning with our government's climate agenda, new reporting requirements in Bill C-33 would have ports better integrate environmental considerations in their planning, specifically in their financial reporting, to better account for and mitigate environmental risks. In addition, our government is proposing important new measures to ensure ports establish targets, monitor progress, and publicly disclose the results of their efforts to reduce greenhouse gas pollution and mitigate climate-related risks. Madam Speaker, let me now turn attention to port security. Our government recognizes that securing our ports is critical, not only to the integrity and competitiveness of our gateways, but for the safety of all Canadians. Bill C-33 proposes significant improvements to enhance the safety and security of the marine sector while strengthening our supply chain. Once in place, this legislation would give Transport Canada and the Canada Border Services Agency the authorities needed to enhance timely screening of containers and build a more secure and efficient marine transportation system at the same time. Madam Speaker, I know I'm running out of time. I'll just speak briefly to what Bill C-33 seeks to strengthen the safety and security of Canada's rail and movement of dangerous goods regulation. A resilient, fluid rail supply chain must be underpinned by its safety. To maintain our rail sector as one of the safest and strongest in the world, we need to ensure our regulations remain up to date. Madam Speaker, there is so much in this bill that will further improve the resiliency and safety of our ports and rail network. I look forward to engaging my colleagues in this chamber to ensure that we advance this bill. I look forward to my colleagues' feedbacks and questions and to passing this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm concerned that this is there's been a lot of talk and not a lot of action, reviews, reports, strategies, we've heard all of that. And, the minister referred to the supply chain task force in his commentary, a report of which he's had on his desk for 6 months. And in that report, in the introduction of that report, it says, Canada's supply chains are at a breaking point. And so that was 6 months ago. And it makes 13 immediate recommendations for action, as well as 8 for longer-term action. So of those immediate actions, how many have been completed? How many does Bill C-33 address? And when will those be completed?
Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for highlighting the work that was done by the Supply Chain Task Force that our government established last year. And I want to take a moment to thank those members who have put together a thoughtful, meaningful report. Madam Speaker, a lot of the recommendations that are in those report, our government is committed to. Some of those recommendations are, in fact, in this Bill C-33. And as I mentioned in my speech, there are future action items that will be introduced soon to Canadians. But I want to assure my colleagues that if he supports the conclusions that the task force had come up with, he should find a lot of comfort in what Bill C-33 is offering, because it really targets and addresses many of the solutions that the task force had recommended. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for his bill and his speech this morning. In the recent news, we saw in the U.S. a significant derailment with chemical products in Ohio. In Greece, recently, there was a rail accident that caused a number of deaths. And in Quebec, of course, 40-some people died after a derailment of 72 cars in Lac Mégantic. And this reminds us how dangerous the transportation of hazardous goods is. Does the minister feel that C-33 is adequate to avoid that type of tragedy in the future? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his thoughtful question. Indeed, we've all been following the tragedies that have unfolded in the U.S. and Greece. In fact, Madam Speaker, 10 years ago in Canada, we've experienced our own tragedy in Lac Mégantic when 47 lives were lost because of a tragic rail accident. Our government, Madam Speaker, had taken action to further strengthen the safety of our rail network, and we have already implemented several measures that will enhance the safety of transported goods via rail. This bill further adds additional measures, including the registry of dangerous goods, including additional authorities to the Minister of Transport to ensure that we further build on the safety of our rail network. Thank you very much.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena Balkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his speech on this bill. Now, the government has carved out room on the boards of our ports for municipalities, for local governments, for obvious reasons. They're important stakeholders in our ports. As well, they have carved out room for the prairie provinces so that shippers of natural resources have a voice when it comes to the operation of the ports that deliver those resources to market. Yet we all know that it's the working people at our ports that are so essential to its success. And I wonder if the Minister would be willing to expand the representation on our ports to include the working people that are so essential to their function.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question and his advocacy, and I want to take a second to express my gratitude to the workers in our ports and our transportation system. During the last 3 years, where we faced unprecedented challenges, the workers in our transportation system stepped up and showed up to work every day. And some of us could work from home. They showed up on the job to make sure that our supply chains continue to move and be resilient. So I want to assure my honourable colleague that labour voice and the voice of workers is incredibly important to make sure that we do things right. We will always, in our government, will always stand up for their rights and continue to listen to their input and their advice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Minister. I want to acknowledge that he's been working extremely hard on a number of supply chain issues that have an immediate impact on Indigenous nations in Sandwich Gulf Islands and throughout the areas of the Salish Sea. I want to acknowledge that this bill is encouraging to many of us, but I want to ask the question very bluntly, can there be amendments? How open will the Minister be? The supply chain issue of which I refer, which has the biggest environmental damage of the issues of rail safety and ports, is the placement of freighters representing free parking to freighters where the Port of Vancouver doesn't have the capacity to move them through quickly. It causes environmental damage and offends Indigenous rights in Sandwich Gulf Islands. Is the Minister open to amendments?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her kind words. And let me just say that this bill is an important bill. It will further enhance the resilience and strength of our supply chains, of our ports, and the safety of our rail network. This bill doesn't necessarily cover everything that can be done and needs to be done. This bill is a result of the review that was done over the last few years on rail safety and port modernization. As we've demonstrated, Madam Speaker, we're always willing to work with our colleagues in the House of Commons to identify opportunities to introduce amendments. I look forward to her input as well as my colleagues in this chamber. Thank you very much.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to compliment the Minister in terms of, on a couple of occasions, he's come to Winnipeg and met with the long-haul truck drivers. And the role that they play in terms of our ports is of an essential nature. So there's a great deal of interest from the long-haul truck driver industry as they see the bill. And I think at the end of the day, I would be very much interested in just getting the Minister's thoughts in terms of the critical role that our long-haul truck drivers play in the supply chain.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend for his question and also for his hospitality. I've had a chance to visit him in his communities, and I had a chance as well to visit many truck operators and truck drivers in Winnipeg, in his riding, to express my personal gratitude to them. Truck drivers have stepped up during an extraordinary period of time, Madam Speaker, and delivered goods that Canadians depend on. We may not have spent a lot of time as Canadians thinking about how goods get to our shelves or our kitchen table. We knew that during pandemic that we depended on our truck drivers. And I know truck drivers take pride in their work, understand how important their work is, and our government is committed to working with them to improve their working conditions, to improve their safety, and it's really important that we listen to their input and continue to support what they do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question's regarding the minister taking over the ability to appoint the board chair. It says in the legislation that he would be able to do so after consulting with the board. However, we know that the minister has ignored the recommendations of port users when they've put forward board nominees. He's ignored the recommendations of the prairie provinces when they put forward nominees. So given his track record of ignoring the recommendations from the groups that are putting forward nominees for board positions, what's to stop him from ignoring the board as he has done in the past and simply making a choice that he wants to do his government's bidding?
Honourable Minister has 35 seconds to respond.
Madam Speaker, thank you to my honourable colleague for his question, and I know he's trying to personalize this question, but let me be very clear. Ports are public institutions. They're there to serve Canadians and Canadian economy, and it's really important that the port mandate is in line with government's expectations and commitments. So it is important that the board of directors are aligned with government's objectives. But yes, we need to be careful and sensitive about this and making sure that the port have the independence that they need, but at the same time that they maintain their responsibility to the public. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member of Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this debate today on Bill C-33, which will make amendments to several different acts that supposedly, based on the press release from the government, this was going to have a profound impact on supply chains and rail safety. And I certainly think, having spoken to dozens of stakeholders over several weeks, they don't see it. Quite frankly, I think this is a missed opportunity. This is after 4 years of government consultation that and as the minister said, these opportunities don't come along very often to change the way that our ports and rail systems operate. And this was a missed opportunity to actually make a difference and improve the supply chain in this country. I think the general feedback that we've received is that this is actually heading in the wrong direction. We've heard a lot of stakeholders that said this will actually do nothing to improve supply chain efficiencies, while others have said it will make it worse. The best that the minister has received in terms of the feedback that I've heard is indifference. So that is certainly not a ringing endorsement of what has been touted as being a major change to supply chain systems and a major answer to the supply chain problems that we've seen plaguing the country for the last number of months and years. I think my colleague referenced the National Supply Chain Task Force report, which explained the urgency of this situation and proposed several changes that should be made on an immediate basis. And we just don't see enough of that urgency. We don't see enough of what was in the supply chain report in this bill. This is the first opportunity that the government has had to show that they were listening to that report, and we just don't see it. There's nothing in this bill to talk about rail service reliability or the relationship between shippers and rail companies. In fact, it simply seems to indicate that the status quo is just fine. There's nothing in this bill that talks about what happens to our supply chains and our international reputation when there are labor disputes that impact the supply chain, either at the ports or on our railways. There's nothing here that talks about how we're going to reconcile concerns with loading grain in the rain, for instance, in Vancouver. I think all of these were missed opportunities. And in fact, as the minister indicated a couple of times in his speech that the ports are at arm's length. I think he just indicated in his answer to my question that, in fact, that arm is getting shorter and shorter, that the government is extending its arm into the ports to impose its will on those what are supposed to be independent authorities. It's quite shocking to hear the minister just openly admit that the problem clearly is that the ports don't do what Ottawa wants enough. They need to exert more control over the ports, and the ports are supposed to operate in the best interest of the national economy, in the best interest of the supply chain, not in the best interest of the government in Ottawa. And some of our primary concerns revolve around the changes that have been made to the governance system at the ports. The independence of the port should start with the ability of the board of directors to elect their own chair. That has been something that is the current way that the system operates. I've certainly not heard that this has been a major issue that has impeded the operation of the ports, but we see that Ottawa knows best, the Liberal government knows best approach when they say that the local port boards cannot be trusted to select their own chair as they currently do, that the minister himself needs to make that selection. I also note that the port users, the port tenants, the shippers, the grain companies, etc., have had their influence on the boards diluted. There has been additional board positions given to local representatives. There's 2 additional board positions, both to government entities and not additional seats given to compensate for the people that actually run our ports, that get our goods from our farms to the customers overseas. I think that is an oversight. I also think that the overly prescriptive and bureaucratic red tape nature of imposing a made in Ottawa solution on consultation is going to prove to be very difficult to manage in many of the ports across this country. This bill, Bill C-33, seems designed to be imposed on big ports like the Port of Vancouver. There are 17 port authorities in Canada. Some of them are very small, but there are no provisions in this bill to allow for any flexibility for the smaller ports who may not have Indigenous communities in their proximity, who may not have the capacity to set these things up without significant new costs, which will be passed on to port users, which will be passed on to Canadian consumers. These are imposed costs that will be passed along in a time when we're already dealing with record inflation. These are going to be inflationary costs that will impact the costs of the goods that Canadians need. And the Port of Vancouver, for instance, already has a robust Indigenous consultation, robust community consultation, robust local government involvement. And to now create advisory boards, I've heard some feedback from folks that have maybe one First Nation in their entire province. And how are they now going to set up an Indigenous advisory board to deal with that situation? And in the Port of Vancouver, in my home province of British Columbia, who will be on this board? It certainly will not just be the handful of First Nations that are in the Vancouver area. It will be people, it will be communities that are up the Fraser River. It will be communities that are along the shipping routes. It will be a very, now that it is an official consultation board mandated by law, the questions about who will be on it, who will be a part of it, and what role will they play. I think that simply creating an advisory board If there's nothing in the legislation that indicates what the role of that board is, what the powers of that board is, are they simply going to give advice that can be ignored? Are they going to have the power to actually prevent the ports from exercising their authorities? We just don't know. And I think that's what we've heard a lot of in the stakeholder feedback that we've received, is that there is a lot of changes that have been made where the Ministry of Transport or the minister says, well, no, don't worry about that. That's not what we meant. That's not what we meant when we put those changes in the legislation. We'll find a way around it. We didn't mean that the minister would appoint the board chair. He'd just consult with you and then take your advice. Well, that's not what the legislation says. And I think this is poorly drafted legislation that leaves an awful lot to interpretation and will actually create greater uncertainty for the ports in a time when they need more certainty. I want to touch briefly on the active vessel traffic management portion of this legislation. I think obviously there is some need for to give the port the authority to manage vessel traffic within its jurisdiction. I think there is, again, a lack of certainty about what this will mean for how far out will the ports be given the authority to manage that vessel traffic. Is it just in their jurisdiction? Is it all the way, is it hundreds of kilometers offshore? Is it, these are things that need to be clarified. And I think it also needs to be said that by focusing solely on the marine vessel side of things and not on the rail side of things, the government has missed an opportunity again as well. They have not talked about rail service reliability or service levels or ensuring that shippers are well served by the rail sector, or that there's reliable data so that the ships know when the rail, when the products are coming by rail. It seems to be focused entirely on the marine side. And we have concerns as well by what the government means by allowing the ports to manage anchorages. There are obviously in British Columbia, there are significant concerns about what that means. Some want anchorages to be removed from certain areas altogether. Others would like to see the anchorages better regulated. And still others would like to see the efficiency of the port brought up to a standard such that there wouldn't be the need for so many anchorages. And I think that has been a difficulty to deal with this issue in a post-COVID context, because there was such a backlog that had really was as a result of supply chain collapses around the world, and therefore anchorages that hadn't been previously used were being used more often. But what does it mean that the board will be allowed to will have control over these anchorages? Does it mean that they can remove them? Does it mean that they can limit the number of days that a ship can dwell there? I think these are all questions that are very concerning to port users, because if we want to expand the ports, which we certainly, again, in the Port of Vancouver has indicated that they want to expand, that they're looking to increase capacity. You can't increase capacity at the port and reduce the ability for vessels to safely anchor to await their turn at the port. And I think the idea that we would simply remove these anchorages without consultation, without any plan as to what would happen then when ships show up and have nowhere to berth or have nowhere to safely anchor. Are they simply going to circle around burning fuel, waiting for their turn to come into the port? I think that needs some clarity. I just think overall, we on the rail safety side, obviously, we support the clarity on the fact that blockades of rail lines, et cetera, are illegal. I would suspect that most Canadians would have thought that was already the case. And in fact, it already has been illegal to cause a disruption to rail service. However, the problem is not with the rules, it's with the enforcement of the rules. And I think increasing the clarity is a good thing, but if it doesn't result in increased enforcement activity, I don't think that there will be much of a change in that front. There also, I think there are concerns about the increased red tape and regulatory burdens. We want transparency at the ports, but we need it to be reasonable. I think there are concerns about whether the reporting requirements will they simply be publishing data that the government already receives, or will they be imposing a new burden on the ports, which again will all be passed down throughout the supply chain to consumers ultimately. Quarterly financial reports, for instance, is that a new requirement, or is that simply making public what the government already gets? I think these are questions that have not been answered. But I think the primary, I think that also needs to be looked at in terms of the environmental reporting. You look at again, the big ports already are doing this work. Will this be duplicative? Will it simply take the work that is already being done at the ports and put it into a format that's more universal? If we're burdening the ports with more reporting requirements when they are already doing this work, I think that's ineffective, inefficient, and we need to make sure we're not duplicating the work that is already being done. But I think we also fundamentally disagree with the government here on what the roles of the port is. The port has to have a national lens on protecting the national supply chain and serving our international markets and getting the goods of our farmers and shippers and creators to our markets. And I think the government, you heard it from the minister here today, wants to impose a different set of rules. They want a different focus for the ports. They want to increase the local perspective on that, which the local residents are impacted, absolutely. But the primary focus has to be on delivering goods for Canadians and for our customers. It cannot be, we cannot get into other focuses for the ports. And I think the government has done that by making these changes to the board of directors, by making the changes to these advisory boards. They are increasing the Ottawa, certainly they're increasing Ottawa's involvement, and then they're also increasing local government involvement. They're increasing local interests that I think need to be heard, but they can't divert the ports from their primary responsibility, which is to serve the Canadian economy, which is to serve the national economy. And when you hear the minister say that the port boards must align with the government's agenda, that does not sound like arm's length governance to me. That sounds like an arm of the government to me. And I think there's just too many cases in this bill where the government is imposing their perspective on the ports. They're imposing their agenda on the ports, and they are doing so in a way that does not take into consideration the different the ports in Saguenay, Thunder Bay, St. John's, all over the country that have a different reality than the Port of Montreal or the Port of Vancouver, Halifax. This is a one-size-fits-all approach that will not improve our supply chain, that will in fact increase burdens on everyone in the supply chain, and most of all will increase increase the power of Ottawa at the expense of the independence of those port authorities. So we believe that this bill should go back to the drawing board. It doesn't do enough to address supply chain concerns, and it imposes too much Ottawa knows best solutions on our ports. It imposes too much of the minister's authority on our ports, and it doesn't do enough to improve the situation. So we will not be supporting Bill C-33. We think that it is a missed opportunity. It is the governance changes cannot be supported. The additional costs that will be passed on to everyone throughout the supply chain as a result of those cannot be supported. After 4 years, the government should have done much better. And we hope that they will go back to the drawing board and actually come back with a bill that will strengthen our supply chains, that will allow ports to do the job that they are mandated to do, and that they can do that without the heavy hand of an Ottawa knows best approach, which is unfortunately what this legislation does. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. I have to express my disappointment at his take on the bill. And let me just say that he has actually said a couple of contradictory things. On the one hand, he said the port need to have a national lens. On the other hand, he opposes introducing representatives of the prairie provinces on the board of the port. On the one hand, he says the ports need to be at arm's length from the government, which I agree, but his own leader is criticizing this government for policies that, by the way, the ports enacted under the Harper government. So there are several contradictory statements that he's making. And what I want to ask my colleague, will he really miss this opportunity for us to work together on strengthening the governance of ports? And I welcome his ideas for amendments, but it would be a prudent thing to do to send this bill to committee so we as members of parliament can work together on advancing the goals that we all agree on, which is making sure that our ports are more efficient and more resilient. Thank you.
HoC.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly disagree with the minister's characterization of my remarks. I have no problem with the provinces having a representative on the board. They already do. But what I have said is that the users of the port, the tenants of the port, are having their voices diluted by adding others to it. So I think that needs to be addressed. And as I said in my question to the minister, it doesn't really matter if the provinces and port users are supposed to have a voice into who is selected to the ports to represent them if the minister ignores their voices. If when nominees are put forward by the provinces or nominees are put forward by port users, the minister says, no, I know best. I'm going to appoint people you haven't recommended because Ottawa knows best and the Liberal government knows best. Well, they don't know best, and they should start listening to those groups that are directly impacted.
Thank you. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. The Bloc Québécois supports the principle of this bill. However, we have concerns about different measures proposed. They could create a disproportionate administrative burden for small ports. In my honourable colleague's opinion, how could this bill be amended at committee stage to ensure that the administrative burden is not disproportionately heavy for small ports? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chilliwack Hope.
Well, I appreciate the members' comments, and I tried to address some of that in my speech. I think when you do have a bill that I think was written for the Port of Vancouver, I think it was clear that they looked at the Port of Vancouver and they designed this bill around that port, which absolutely does not take into consideration a port like the Port of Saguenay, which has a very different volumes, different size, different financial resources. But the bill is very clear. It imposes advisory committees, all three of them, no matter where they are across the country. It imposes quarterly financial statement requirements, and it also imposes a greenhouse gas emission evaluations, et cetera. So I think that we have to delete all of those clauses that impose these new burdens on all ports, because all ports don't have the same capacity to manage them.
Member of Skeena Bulkley Valley.
HoC for his remarks. Now, my colleague noted his disappointment that C-33 doesn't include more provisions to deal with labor disruptions in the supply chain, and I think comments like that raise alarm bells for a lot of working people who've borne the brunt of both Conservatives and Liberals' penchant for draconian back-to-work legislation. Now, New Democrats believe, of course, and it'll be no surprise to folks here in the House, that the best way to settle labor disruptions and to achieve the best labor outcomes is at the bargaining table. And so my question to my colleague, what measures does he have in mind to deal with labor disruptions in the supply chain? And does he support our view that working people and their representatives deserve a voice on the boards of directors of our ports?
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, Conservatives do support the collective bargaining process and believe that government should support that process to ensure that our vital supply chains are not disrupted through labor stoppages, whether they're lockouts or strikes. I think we've seen the devastating impact. Just the rumor of a strike or a lockout can cause millions and millions of dollars of damage to the Canadian economy. We saw when there was a stoppage on the CP rail network for just a number of days, it takes weeks. For every day of stoppage, it takes weeks to clear up, and the damage to our international reputation is lasting. When people are not assured of the reliability of the supply chain in Canada, they look for other options, and there are other options in North America, and that's what we want to avoid. And I think the National Supply Chain Task Force spoke of this very clearly, and that was what I was referring to, that there is a need to ensure that our supply chains are treated as the valued service that they are, and that we need to ensure that we make every effort to prevent anything that would impact the reliability of our supply chain to our international partners.
Honourable member will have 4 minutes of questions and comments when we resume debate after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Madam Speaker, Robert Frost once wrote, "I am not a teacher but an awakener. My community of Windsor-Essex lost a great teacher this week. To many he was Tony or TJ. To my brother and I and countless students he awakened, he was Mr. Johnston. Born in Derry, Northern Ireland, Mr. Johnston immigrated to Canada in 1962, where he started his teaching career in Barrie before moving to Windsor. He taught at Holy Rosary, St. Alphonsus, Brennan, St. Michael's, and my alma mater, St. Joseph's. An amateur boxer with an incredible memory, he was the original Google and taught English and coached Reach for the Top quiz teams and loved coaching cross-country. He was the recipient of the 1997 Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence. He was proud of his Irish heritage and was a proud member of the Irish Canadian Cultural Club and the Gaelic League of Detroit. His ashes will be taken home to Ireland, Madam Speaker, but his lessons and his love for his students, those are ours to keep. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Desnethé, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, it's with great sadness that I stand today and recognize the life of Brittany McNabb, a proud young Métis woman gone way too soon at only 24. Brittany was a person that radiated kindness and generosity. While in high school, she volunteered for the hockey team that I coached. Every home game, you would find her working the door, then selling 50-50 tickets, and even singing "O Canada" when asked. Madam Speaker, all this because she was a good friend. It is no surprise that after high school, Brittany went on to become an amazing teacher. She's a teacher who cared deeply about her students and routinely would go above and beyond to build authentic relationships. Speaker, as I stand here today, staff and students in Meadow Lake schools are wearing ribbon skirts, sashes, orange T-shirts, moccasins, and mucklucks in honor of Ms. McNabb. All this at the request of her grade 8 class. I want to offer my condolences to all who loved Brittany. She will be deeply missed.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was in Winnipeg last week, and we participated in a press conference with the Premier of the province of Manitoba. Come April, Manitoba is going to have $10 a day childcare, Madam Speaker. It is joining from coast to coast to coast a true national daycare program that really matters. It's going to enable more women than ever to enter into the workforce. It's going to improve our economic situation. It's going to have a profound positive difference, Madam Speaker, on the lives of all Canadians. Moving forward with a national child care program is the right thing to do, and I, for one, hope that the Conservative Party will flip-flop their position and support a national child care program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Madam Speaker, I want to dedicate my statement to people across Canada who are suffering through unresolved trauma and mental health problems, especially to those who have sought solace in substance use. I also want to recognize the family members, especially those who have lost a loved one to an overdose because of the toxic and deadly supply of street drugs. This is why a safe supply is needed. I urge my fellow parliamentarians, especially the Conservatives, to stop demonizing safe supply and decriminalization. Treatment and recovery are not at odds with harm reduction and safe supply. They are all part of a continuum of care, and we need more of both. At this time, more than ever, we need compassion. We must stop the stigmatization of people who use illicit substances, which pushes them further into the shadows and forces them to take a chance with their lives. Instead of criminalizing poverty, homelessness, addiction, and drug use, let's focus on supporting the members of our communities who suffer from these health conditions.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Madam Speaker, during the month of March, the citizens in my riding and across the South Shore can enjoy maple treats while supporting an important cause that affects too many families, suicide. In 2015, Martine Loisel suffered the worst possible tragedy for a parent when her 25-year-old son Francis took his own life. Seeking to give meaning to her sorrow, to remember her son, and to give back to the organization that helped her family get through this crisis, she launched Challenge 25, A Taste for Life. Every March, with the help of volunteers, Martine bakes cookies that can be ordered in exchange for a donation of between $10 and $25, which are fully contributed to Suicide Action Montreal. To date, $45,000 have been amassed for this initiative. So I'm launching the challenge to you. Go to www.ledefi25.com to make a donation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, representatives of Open Door Canada came to Parliament Hill this week to highlight the 2023 World Watch List, the 50 most dangerous countries in which to live to be a Christian. More than 360 million Christians around the world are suffering high levels of persecution and discrimination. Last year, 5,621 Christians were killed for faith-related reasons. An additional 4,542 were detained without a trial, arrested, sentenced, and imprisoned. Christians are not only the ones who face persecution. Ahmadiyya Muslims in Bangladesh have also seen a recent increase in violence against their community, with homes torched and people killed, 2 dead and 100 injured, according to March 3rd this year reports. I call on all members of this House to recognize that freedom of religion and belief is a fundamental right, not just here in Canada, but around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Anton Philip Sinarasa, whose passing last week has devastated the Ulam Tamil nation. In 1981, he documented the burning of the Jaffna Public Library that housed ancient texts and rare collection of Tamil literature. He was a political prisoner at the Velikare prison during Black July, where thugs were sent to kill Tamil inmates. Anton Philip, who was once ordained a Catholic priest, continued to be true to his faith and spent a lifetime supporting the many clergy and churches who were at the forefront of the struggle for Tamil self-determination and equality. In Canada, he started the Centre for War Victims and Human Rights, documenting the atrocities committed, the loss, trauma, and displacement of his people. As we mark the 40th anniversary of Black July this year, we lost a survivor, human rights defender, and an inspirational leader who served us to the end. Please join me in extending my deepest condolences to his wife, Devi, children, Edward and Veena, and his extended family and friends.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The basic human rights of 2S LGBTQ+ people are under attack. Hatred is on the rise as gender diversity and expression have become frequent targets for Republican politicians, far-right groups, and social media trolls. Reports in the USA point to a conservative movement driving over 300 pieces of legislation that directly target transgender rights. News reports from Canada indicate that this disgusting trend is prevalent here as well, with rising anti-LGBTQ rhetoric at school board and town council meetings. The rise in attacks on drag performers and nightclubs is horrific and completely unacceptable. This kind of hatred and violence and intolerance has no place in Canada or any place. Everyone should have the right to live their life as their true self, free of fear or judgment. Trans and gender non-binary people face immense challenges and are continuously subjected to horrific hate crimes, social ridicule, and unequal treatment. They deserve equal access to education, healthcare, employment, and housing opportunities just like any other individual. I believe in a world where everyone is treated equally, fairly, and justly. We must fight against transphobia and work towards creating an inclusive society for all. We must unite against hate.
The honourable member Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, the word hero is not to be used lightly, but I will use it today. Norm Johnson is a hero in every sense of the word. From 1942 to 1945, Norm fought in World War II. Stationed in both India and present-day Myanmar for much of the war, Norm served as an RAF pilot. He flew many resupply missions for the Allies, often coming under enemy fire. Despite having his share of close calls, Norm never backed down and performed his duties admirably until the war was won. After the war was over, Norm and his wife Lillian settled in Regina, Saskatchewan. Last Friday, I had the pleasure of visiting Norm as he celebrated his 100th birthday, surrounded by friends and family. Norm, on behalf of all Canadians, thank you for your service, happy birthday, and keep fighting the good fight.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Madam Speaker, Wednesday was International Women's Day, but it is not too late to reflect. In fact, we should never forget them, the millions of women who live in conflict areas, displaced by war and without home or family. These women are often the victims of rape, trafficked and forced into sexual slavery or servitude, and girls into early marriage just to survive. Many have no access to health services, and their protectors are often their aggressors. Think of them. Advocate for them. Ensure they are always in our thoughts and at the front of the line for humanitarian aid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bow River, sorry.
Former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau once said, I quote, "There is no place for the state in the bedrooms of the nation." Well, that's exactly where this government tends to be with Bill C-11. If the NDP Liberal coalition gets its way, the CRTC's regulatory clause will sink into the internet to tell Canadians what they should be watching 24/7. The Liberals say Canadian content must be pushed to the top, but no one can define over there what Canadian content is. So the next time Canadians turn on their favorite streaming service, they'll be in shock. The government may creep its way into late at night, and while citizens may grow tired of looking for their favorite show and might finally settle on the billion-dollar sleep aid called the CBC, this government should kill Bill C-11, heed the words of the former Prime Minister, and get out of the nation's bedrooms.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker,
Speaker, after 8 years of these Liberals, Canadians are struggling. While the Prime Minister spent millions of tax dollars to upgrade his official lakeside cottage, housing costs for everyday Canadians have doubled. Almost 40% now have to borrow just to make ends meet. More than half can't feed their family and save money, while 20% skip meals to afford the basics. Canadians on fixed incomes have to choose between food, fuel, and home heating, and 2/3 of Canadians have to put off retiring. Meanwhile, this Prime Minister spent more than all previous Prime Ministers combined before COVID. The reckless record cost of his government drives up the cost of living. Canadians have never had it so bad, but Liberal insiders, they've never had it so good. Liberal ministers give thousands of tax dollars to their close friends, their staff's family, or even to former Liberal MPs. Liberals broke ethics laws 6 times. The Prime Minister himself twice for lavish vacations and perks for their pals. Conservatives will end the corruption, make life more affordable, and turn hurt into hope.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, I would like to underscore the courage and resilience of a citizen in my riding, but also the exceptional work done by specialists working to find medical solutions to improve the lives of persons living with disabilities. Jeanne Carrière, a young quadriplegic from La Chute, underwent surgery at Maisonneuve-Rosemont Hospital, which was a nerve tendon transfer on July 28th, and was the first woman in Canada to regain the use of her hands and fingers. The goal was to connect active nerves to inactive ones so that the electrical current could once again reach paralyzed muscles in the brain. 2 surgeons worked for over 9 hours, and after 7 months, thanks to rehabilitation, the operation has been deemed a success. And Jeanne's hand mobility will get better and better, according to the doctors. I would also like to point out that Jeanne Carrière works as a scene designer and was recently...
L'honorable député de Timmins, James Bay.
A media investigation is raising serious questions about the pulp and paper giant Paper Excellence. The Minister of Industry and Innovation must come clean with what he knows about this company. He rubber-stamped their takeover of Resolute Forest Products, making them the largest pulp and paper company in Canada. They control over 22 million hectares of Canadian forests. That's larger than the province of Nova Scotia. So what kind of financing did Paper Excellence receive from a state-owned Chinese bank? What is the connection of Paper Excellence to the Asia Pulp and Paper Company? What does the minister know about media allegations of price collusion between these two companies? Is this company being run from Canada or Shanghai? The takeover of Canadian forest companies by Paper Excellence has been called a fiber grab to use Canadian trees to feed Chinese pulp mills. The Minister of Innovation must explain what due diligence was done in turning over such huge tracts of Canada's forests to this company.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to a citizen from Saint-Amable, Guy Fontaine, who passed away on January 18th. Mr. Fontaine was known and appreciated by everyone in the community, and for good reason. He was always involved in fundraising and community initiatives, and he also founded the Business People's Association. He also founded the Potato Festival, the Demolition Derby, and he was a high-ranking member of the Knights of Columbus. When he received the medal from the National Assembly in 2011, it was thus well-deserved. He was full of energy and a workaholic, despite the fact that he was 85, and that is why his death took us all by surprise. In closing, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to his wife Yvonne, as well as to his entire family, and to all the community of Saint-Amable. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Bombshell allegations in the Globe and Mail about a sophisticated foreign interference campaign in our federal elections. The claims are shocking. Bullying and intimidation of fellow Canadians, a foreign consulate directing votes and volunteers and illegal donations. After ferocious denials and now face-saving backtracking, we have a hand-picked special rapporteur from the Prime Minister and a committee with secret hearings, secret evidence, with secret conclusions, and the MP's presence on that committee is subject subject to a veto of the Prime Minister. These tricks have only one thing in common. The Prime Minister controls it all. He praised China's basic dictatorship. His party fundraisers chase big dollar donations of Beijing-connected businessmen. He appoints 2 Beijing-friendly ambassadors. He leads the last Five Eyes government to ban Huawei. He orders his government to abstain condemning Beijing on genocide. He tries and fails to kick off free trade negotiations with Beijing in 2016. All roads lead back to one man, the Prime Minister. So why won't he tell Canadians the truth?
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, tomorrow is the 3rd National Day of Observance for COVID-19. It's hard to imagine that it's been 3 years since the first COVID death in Canada and all of the suffering that has happened since and still does. I want to first acknowledge all those who've lost a loved one to or because of COVID-19. Votre chagrin est amplifié par la...
Your chagrin is amplified by the loved people you have lost, especially if you were not able to present in their last moments. Today, we all mourn at your sides in the hope of allaying your pain.
Nurses, the paramedics, the doctors, the PSWs, and all the frontline workers who were there for our loved ones when we couldn't be. And for those still suffering of long COVID, of mental health challenges stemming from those difficult years, and those who are still getting COVID today, I want you to know that we see you. You are not suffering alone. This is why today the whole country is taking a day to pause and remember.
Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Foothills.
The Prime Minister likes to say that he takes foreign interference in our elections seriously, but in fact, he's embraced it. This started with a $200,000 donation to the Trudeau Foundation, and it has ballooned into a large clandestine transfer of funds from the dictatorship in Beijing to influence Canadian elections. The Prime Minister has known about Beijing's influence in 2 federal elections in Canada, and he's done nothing about it. Will the Prime Minister please explain why he's allowed Beijing's influence into Canadian elections to escalate?
The Honourable Province Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, just because the Conservatives continue to repeat this narrative doesn't actually make it true. We have taken the issue of foreign interference incredibly seriously since we formed government. In fact, foreign interference was raised when the leader of the opposition was the minister responsible. But what did they do, Madam Speaker? Absolutely nothing. That's why when we came into office, we made sure that our democratic institutions were built strong and robust to protect Canadians from the foreign interference threat.
I was hoping that we would start properly. I just want to remind members that when somebody else has the floor, that others shouldn't be speaking during that time. The honourable member for Foothills.
Well, here's the fact. According to Global News, Canadian security officials gave officials in the Prime Minister's office a classified and urgent briefing weeks before the 2019 election. This briefing was a stark warning to the Liberals that one of their candidates was compromised and allegedly part of Beijing's influence network. The Prime Minister did nothing. In fact, this candidate was still allowed to run, despite those stark warnings. Can the Prime Minister say who that candidate was, and is he a member of his current cabinet or caucus?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I've outlined numerous occasions all of the measures that we have continued to take to address the issues of foreign interference. But let me introduce a fact to that honourable member. It was just this week that the Leader of the Opposition said, quote, "Of course the previous Conservative government did nothing about foreign interference because it was not to its partisan advantage to do anything about it." Madam Speaker, the fact that the Conservative leader is actually admitting to the fact that this is nothing more than a partisan issue for them, we reject that premise, and we are going to protect our democratic institutions for all Canadians.
Once again, there are individuals who are speaking who shouldn't be speaking because I didn't recognize them. I'm sure that they would want to hear the answer because we know that there's going to be a follow-up question. The honourable member for Foothills.
2019, Canadian security officials gave a briefing to the Prime Minister's office that a Liberal candidate was implicated in Beijing's foreign interference network. And yet the Prime Minister turned a blind eye to potential interference in the federal election. And even yesterday, Canadian security officials said everyone, plays a key role in protecting Canada's democracy from foreign interference, including the Prime Minister. So will the Prime Minister unveil who in his office was briefed about a compromised Liberal candidate, and will he unmuzzle his Chief of Staff and let her testify at the committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm really glad the member opposite raised the fact that everyone has a responsibility to deal with foreign interference. I want to ask that the Leader of the Opposition actually unmuzzle himself and talk about the fact that he has his own caucus members involved and meeting with far-right organizations, that CSIS has warned that domestic foreign interference in our elections is a very real threat. Will the members opposite, will the opposition leader become unmuzzled and actually to condemn his front bench today?
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is trying to sweep the foreign meddling scandal under the rug, but every day a new revelation disrupts his plans. Yesterday we learned that the communist regime in Beijing has spread its web to Quebec and that 2 police stations under Beijing's control are operating. The Prime Minister wants to keep everything secret, but even the RCMP is appealing to the public for help getting information. Instead of hiding the information, why doesn't the Prime Minister ask the public to help the RCMP? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of foreign interference or intimidation in Canada very seriously, and that's why the RCMP is investigating. We use all tools at our disposal to address interference and protect Canadians, including investigations and charges by law enforcement, diplomatic levers like withholding visas, and examining new tools like a foreign influence transparency registry. Everyone should feel safe in this country, Madam Speaker, and we will exhaust all efforts to protect them from unacceptable behaviour by hostile authoritarian states.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, what the government has done isn't working because there's foreign meddling all across the country. The minister announced this morning that they're going to consult to see what should be done. 3 months ago, we said the same thing. In the U.S., they've had a registry since 1938, and in Australia, they have a foreign agents registry, and there was a recommendation last year that this should be done here. Why is the Minister of Public Safety announcing that he's going to consult even further before doing something? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I was pleased to be at the announcement today when the Minister of Public Safety announced that we would launch consultations on a creation of a Canadian Foreign Influence Transparency Registry. Madam Speaker, this is only one tool that we are using in order to combat foreign interference that is meant to create chaos in this country. But we want to make sure we get it right. We're going to be consulting with Canadians from across the country, which will close on May the 9th. I encourage Canadians to take part. When it comes to hostile states, we will always move with our eyes wide open. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the federal government has just announced $82 million in cuts to health care, 50% of which will be in Quebec. The minister is making us lose $41 million that could be used in our health care system. Has the minister visited a hospital lately, or read a newspaper, or turned on his TV? There's a crisis everywhere in our healthcare centres. We're having a hard time giving people proper care. Who in this House is so heartless as to think that this is the right time to cut health transfers? The Honourable Health Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me this opportunity to speak to this issue. Madam Speaker, healthcare is a concern for all health ministers across the country, including myself. We all have a role to play. We have the same responsibility toward the same people with the same funding. And that's why we want to ensure that everyone has access to appropriate care within our jurisdiction. And that's why in Quebec, like all across the country, we'll continue to work together in the years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the minister in the media said that this was an opportunity and good news for Quebecers. There's no one here who's in favor of extra billing, But let's remember that Quebec needed $6 billion in new investments just to start fixing our healthcare system. The federal government gave $1 billion, which is 1/6 of what was needed. And today they're announcing another $41 million in cuts. I repeat, who in this House is so heartless as to think that now is the time to cut health care and that that's good news? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're all happy to hear that my colleague agrees that extra billing is not part of our healthcare system, including in Quebec. And the good news is that these reductions will rapidly be refunded to Quebecers if in Quebec and elsewhere in the country there's an effort to crack down on extra billing and that people are given treatment based on their medical needs. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Joe Biden has just announced that he's going to eliminate $31 billion in subsidies and special tax treatments for the big polluters. Yet Canada continues to give out billions of dollars every year to profitable oil and gas companies. And Big Oil is watching this coming budget for more giveaways, handouts, and subsidies for things like carbon capture. These companies are making record profits. They're giving out huge payouts to shareholders, massive bonus to their CEOs, while gouging Canadians at the pumps. Why won't the Liberals just show some courage and commit in the upcoming budget to eliminate the billions of dollars in tax breaks for big oil?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, Madam Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Member that we need to go further and faster on emissions reductions, and that's why, Madam Speaker, we're capping emissions from the oil and gas sector. We're implementing a clean fuel standard. And yes, Madam Speaker, we are investing in carbon capture and storage, and we're going to be exporting that technology around the world. We're also phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Madam Speaker, we've phased out 8, and we're on our way to phasing out the rest by the end of the year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada and the BC Humanist Association found that the majority of crisis pregnancy centres post harmful misinformation. These centres present themselves as medical clinics, but feature false information about abortion, contraception, and sexual activity. The Liberals promised to revoke charitable status from anti-choice organizations. 2 years later, they still haven't done it. Today, on Abortion Provider Appreciation Day, will the minister finally remove the charitable status from organizations that mislead and shame women? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having access to safe and accessible abortion services across Canada is not only a right, but it's also a priority for this government. That's why we've been working with provinces and territories to make sure that this would be true across Canada, including in provinces where access is more problematic and where fees are sometimes imposed to have access to these safe and accessible abortion services in this particular country.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, we've seen the reports in Global News and the Globe and Mail about the coordinated campaign by the communist dictatorship in Beijing to influence our elections, and they're doing that with money and resources to try to get preferred outcomes for parties who are and candidates who are sympathetic to them. We know that our security services briefed the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, and now we have the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, who's been filibustered for 3 days as part of the Liberal cover-up to prevent her from coming. Will the Prime Minister announce today that he will allow his Chief of Staff to testify and tell Canadians what she knew?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad the member opposite raised the issues that are happening at PROC. PROC is doing incredible work to try and do the work of Canadians. Members opposite can laugh, and it's no surprise, Madam Speaker, that when we actually had ministers there again to answer questions for Canadians, all the Conservatives could do was take misogynistic cracks and digs at them, suggesting that a female minister couldn't possibly do the job in dealing with foreign interference. Madam Speaker, we're focused at PROC on doing the hard work and asking the questions of Canadians while they continue to spread their misogyny.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
We're looking for answers for Canadians, and the Liberals are engaged in a multi-day cover-up filibuster. Our ask is very simple. The most senior person working for the Prime Minister, his Chief of Staff,
Katie Telford was briefed by CSIS about the interference attempt by the communist regime in Beijing to interfere and to change the outcomes of our elections. We want the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff to testify at committee, and we want to know when she's going to testify. Otherwise, we need to know, what are they trying to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's a bit rich coming from the Conservatives who, once again, we have heard time and time again that the issues of foreign interference is not new. In fact, it was raised when the leader of the opposition was the minister responsible. But in fact, he actually said that they weren't going to do anything in regards to dealing with foreign interference because he felt it wasn't in their partisan interest. Well, we continue to bring public servants, ministers, members of our national security community to the committee because we want to ensure that we are strengthening our democratic institutions while Conservatives play part.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
They're stalling for time. The intelligence agencies briefed the Prime Minister's staff about direct election interference. They know the information the parliamentary committee needs to do its work. They're offering word salad and alphabet soup of agencies and organizations to hide behind. Will they stop blocking the work of Parliament and get the Chief of Staff to testify immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We continue to do the work of Parliament by adding additional meetings to PROC so that we can continue to have as many meetings as possible. Madam Speaker, we are working even when we are on constituency weeks because we find this issue so important. Our members are willing to be there to bring ministers back again. We brought public servants back again. We brought the national security community back because we want to ensure that Canadians are getting the answers. But, Madam Speaker, Conservatives continue to play partisan games. We're not going to let that get in the way of the very real work we have to do to strengthen our institutions.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
They're stalling for time. They're not allowing the committee to get to a vote to call the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff to testify. They're stalling for time by announcing a special rapporteur to take even more time to do the one thing that we need, which is a national public inquiry. They're stalling for time because now they're directing to NSICOP, where we'll hear secret hearings, secret evidence, secret conclusions, and every single MP on that committee can be vetoed by the Prime Minister. Wow. It's very, very simple. They are stalling for time, and only a national public inquiry will stop it. Will they call one?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will remind this House that Canadians and Canadians alone determined the outcome of the 2019 and the 2021 elections. We will use every tool available to us, unlike the Harper Conservative government, who did nothing to create an oversight committee of parliamentarians. It was one of the first acts that we did as a government. The National Security NSICOP is a committee of parliamentarians that provides oversight. The UK has had one since 1994. We were late to the game, but we did it when we formed government, unlike the opposition.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was informed 3 times before the 2019 elections that a Liberal candidate had been targeted for their links to the Beijing regime. The Prime Minister didn't deny that. The Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff attended briefings about those allegations and that intelligence that was provided by CSIS. We're rightly asking to hear from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff at committee so that she can tell us what she knows about those briefings, Madam Speaker. Will the Prime Minister allow Katie Telford to appear?
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, interesting enough, foreign interference into elections is not something that's new. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you look into it, you'll see that there were reports to the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper. And unbelievable what you recognize that the leader of today's Conservative Party was the minister responsible. And what did the minister responsible, the current leader of the Conservative Party, do? Absolutely nothing. Madam Speaker, we have been very aggressive on this file, and we will ensure the integrity of democracy here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Let's talk about what's happening nowadays, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister learned that a member of his caucus had been involved in Beijing's meddling and was informed about that. The Prime Minister did not deny that and did not deny that his party received illegal funds from Beijing. Now we understand why he called on his members on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee not to allow Katie Telford to appear. They're afraid that she'll come and tell the truth under oath, Madam Speaker. Why does he continue to refuse to allow Katie Telford to appear before a public parliamentary committee? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is a litany of questions. You know, Wednesday there was like 20-some questions from the Leader of the Official Opposition. And what I would really want the Conservative Party to recognize, that as I indicated, it is not a new issue. And when the Conservatives had the opportunity to actually deal with the issue, they intentionally chose to do nothing. Madam Speaker, since 2015, whether it's this Prime Minister or the ministers responsible, we have taken tangible actions. We will continue to do so because it's protecting the integrity of our democracy. All of us believe in it. It's an apolitical...
So time is up for that question, but I do want to remind members that they've had an opportunity to ask questions. They can't be asking more questions or making comments while the answer is being given to them. So I would hope that they would want to listen to it so that they can do follow-up questions thereafter. Questions et c'est ça. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The federal government promised Quebec billions for infrastructure. They signed a deal, $7.5 billion, and gave Quebec until 2025 to submit projects. But since then, the federal government tore up the agreement and unilaterally switched the deadline to March 31st, 2023. That's so soon. It can be counted in sleeps. It's 21 sleeps from now. And if Quebec City doesn't meet that deadline, almost $3 billion that should go to our cities will stay in federal coffers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I don't share, and we don't share the pessimism of that bloc member. In fact, we are working with the Quebec government now to ensure that the infrastructure dollars that are allocated to the province are actually being spent. But, Madam Speaker, our goal is to ensure that infrastructure dollars allocated for the province of Quebec are not line items on a budget somewhere. We want to see shovels in the ground, projects being built, and jobs being created, and that's why we're working with our counterparts to do just that.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Madam Speaker, ultimately, those projects will not occur if the funding doesn't flow. So if they want these projects to take place, give us the money. This is going to happen very soon, that $3 billion will be lost. And the Union of Municipalities is very concerned about this. And they want the Liberals to wake up. What are the Liberals going to say to their mayors, the Quebec Liberals, if projects fall by the wayside because the federal government is taking back $3 billion and reneging on the deal?
That good quality infrastructure projects are built in the province of Quebec. The minister is working aggressively with his counterpart to identify those projects. We need the Quebec government to put forward those projects so that we can release the money. We want to see the jobs, the infrastructure going exactly where this funding is desired, which is in Quebec, and we are going to keep working with our counterparts until all of that money is allocated.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
The Prime Minister and his front bench have misled Canadians about what they knew and when they knew it. We know the Trudeau Foundation took money from the Communist Party of China. We know Beijing communist operatives were directly funding Liberal nomination and elections. The facts are indisputable, yet they continue to try and sweep the scandal under the rug to cover up their own interests. When will they stop misleading Canadians and call for a public inquiry?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I couldn't be further from the truth, but let me reiterate that we trust our public servants. We trust the national security community. And you know what the national security community said? That it was Canadians and Canadians alone who determine the outcome of our elections. So, Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives have already identified that they see this as a partisan issue, we don't. We are working incredibly hard to support our national security community to ensure that our institutions are robust and that it's only Canadians who determine the outcome of our elections.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, the national security community told them and briefed the Katie Telford and the Prime Minister weeks before the election about foreign interference. 48 hours before the nomination deadline, CSIS urged them to rescind the nomination of a Liberal candidate. Foreign operatives funded their candidates and the Prime Minister did nothing. The Prime Minister and his bench continue the cover-up. In law, you can't stand in judgment of yourself. Yet, that's exactly what this Prime Minister wants to do, to cover up his own scandal. When will the public or the Prime Minister call for a public inquiry?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm glad the member opposite talked about this issue again, because I find it a bit rich. The Conservatives seem to be talking out of both sides of their mouth now. The Leader of the Opposition can allow his MPs to cozy up to far-right members of foreign governments. They support the convoy, which we know involved foreign funding, and then they grandstand about the impacts of foreign interference without actually condemning it amongst their own benches. Madam Speaker, if members care about Canadian democracy, they should call it out in their own benches.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Madam Speaker, with many leaked reports on ways Beijing has interfered in our democracy, our politics, and our government, the Prime Minister first denied, then deflected, then he decided to turn towards a committee that is completely behind closed doors, with secret meetings, secret witnesses, secret testimony, and secret conclusions, a committee with no openness or transparency. Why are the Liberals hiding the truth from Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am extremely upset about the way that the national NSICOP is portrayed by the opposition. It was created by an act of Parliament. It was debated at committee. It was passed in this House. It has members from all parties that are part of it. They are privy to top secret information, which keeps our country safe. That's why they are not allowed to divulge it. But to portray it as a secret committee is wrong. It's misleading Canadians. It was created by Parliament, and I'm very proud of the work that it does.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Madam Speaker, this committee is not independent. It reports to the Prime Minister. There are serious interference allegations. There's the $200,000 donation from Beijing influences to the Trudeau Foundation, and what the Globe and Mail called an orchestrated machine of Beijing's influence to elect Liberals and defeat Conservatives. Nothing is covered that won't eventually be revealed. So will the Prime Minister do the honourable thing and call for a public inquiry?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the committee is independent. In fact, 2 members of the official opposition sit on that committee, as well as members of the Senate and other opposition parties. And while the report is given to the Prime Minister, I would remind honourable members that it is also tabled with the National Public Safety Committee annually. We review it, and in fact, the legislation says that if the Prime Minister asks for any changes to that report, it has to be reported to Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Far-right ministers in Israel are celebrating horrifying attacks on Palestinian civilians, engaging in dehumanization, threatening democratic institutions, and calling for violations of international law. And thousands of Israelis are on the ground right now protesting the actions and rhetoric of their government. Here, J-Space Canada is asking the government to take a firm stance against these comments and actions. It's not enough to merely condemn his remarks. The government must listen to this group. Will this government ensure that no Canadian officials legitimize extremists like Smotrich or Ben-Gvir by meeting with them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we are appalled by the reprehensible comments made by Minister Smotrich. We unequivocally condemn these remarks. We stand firmly against all incitements to violence and condemn all acts of violence and terrorism. Those responsible must be held accountable and measures must be applied equally and consistently. We call on Israeli officials to denounce these comments. We call for an immediate de-escalation of tensions to restore calm. Our thoughts are with all those affected by the recent violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, in April, Canadians will see the biggest tax increase in 40 years on beer, wine, and spirits. And last week, I spoke with Jorgen and Annette Engel, constituents who own a small distillery, who are worried about what this tax means for their livelihood. We're in an affordability crisis, and a tax hike this large will make things worse. The Liberals' escalator tax on beer, wine, and spirits is going to cost small business owners tens of thousands of dollars. So will the Liberals fix this tax, stop this tax hike to help Canadians already feeling the squeeze?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government supports small craft brewers from right across the country. Most of us probably have small craft brewers that are in our ridings. That's why we have decreased taxes on small business, not once, but twice, including reducing the rate of tax for small business from 11% to 9%. Last year's escalator equated to about 1 penny for every 5 cans of beer sold. We'll continue to work with the brewers and the craft brewing sector to make sure that they're supported and that their business continues to grow.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Madam Speaker, Indigenous people in Canada often face challenges in accessing health care, particularly finding a doctor or nurse in rural and remote areas. In addition, First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people, like all Canadians, ought to be able to receive health care without encountering prejudice or racism. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada update this House on what our government is doing in partnership with Indigenous communities to improve their health care?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Thunder Bay Rainy River for this really important question. I have heard, and I'm certain that he has seen in his practice over many years, the experiences that Indigenous people have in our healthcare systems every single day that are rife with racism and systemic discrimination. And that's why I'm so pleased that the Prime Minister announced a $2 billion Indigenous Health Equity Fund that will help to end the systemic discrimination that members of our communities all across the country are facing, like Joyce Echaquan. I want to thank the Prime Minister for this inclusion, and I want to thank the member for his work in this space. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, in July 2020, Katie Telford, Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, testified before a Commons committee on the We Charity scandal. In May 2021, she testified before a Commons committee on sexual misconduct. And now this Liberal government is preventing her from again testifying under oath before a Commons committee. When will this Liberal government end its filibuster and allow the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff to testify on Beijing's foreign interference?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructures and Communities.
Madam Speaker, as I've said before, the work that PROC is doing on this file is, in fact, we have recalled witnesses, ministers, public servants, members of the national security community, all to talk about this very important issue because we take it so seriously. But, Madam Speaker, it's already been confirmed in this House that the Leader of the Opposition sees this as nothing more than a partisan issue. While we are focused on ensuring that our institutions are strong, Conservatives continue to play games at committee and take political cheap shots instead of doing the work that Canadians sent them here to do.
A member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, the Chief of Staff is the nexus for sensitive communications in the Prime Minister's office. She came to Finance Committee to testify on the Prime Minister's scandal into the We Charity. And she came to defense on the former General Vance's sexual misconduct because the Prime Minister wouldn't. Even if she missed the CSIS briefing on the Beijing interference into the election scandals, she would have been advised by the National Security Advisor. Will the Liberals end the filibuster and allow her to come to committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is very clear is that we've had professional civil servants apolitical professional civil servants that have made it very clear to all Canadians that the outcome of the 2019 and 2020 elections were not influenced in any way from international interference. And in fact, Madam Speaker, if you take a look in terms of what we have done in contrast to what the Conservatives have done, you will find that the Conservative government failed in its responsibilities while we continue to live up to ours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Madam Speaker, the cold winds of election interference have been blowing in Canada, and the Prime Minister has been caught up in their wintry blast. The Greek storyteller Aesop tells about a contest between the wind and the sun. Who was stronger? Who could remove the traveler's cloak? In the end, the sun won and was able to expose the traveler. The Prime Minister needs to open the shutters and allow the sun to remove the cloak of secrecy and expose the truth of Beijing election interference. Will the Liberals end their filibuster and let the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff testify on Beijing election interference?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To talk about as well on this issue. Let me quote the leader of the opposition this week. Quote, "Of course the previous Conservative government did nothing about foreign interference because it was not to its partisan advantage to do anything about it," end quote. Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives have clearly demonstrated that they want to play games and not take this seriously, we feel that their actions are reckless when it comes to national security, and that's why we are going to do the serious work at committee and in the House to ensure our institutions are strengthened.
L'honorable député de Montmagny, Désir-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Madame la Présidente.
When it's an issue of interference in Canadian elections, the Prime Minister's confidence seems rather selective. He says he trusts parliamentarians who sit on the secret special committee that will produce a secret report. But when it comes to letting his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, testify before a public parliamentary committee, he flatly refuses. Why does this Prime Minister agree to one and not the other? Why will he not let Katie Telford, his Chief of Staff, testify?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would remind this House again that the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians is not a secret committee. I would also provide this House with a list of some of the things we've done. We appointed an independent panel to review the 2019 and 2021 elections, and they found that both those elections were free and fair. The Prime Minister announced that he's going to appoint an independent expert as special rapporteur to review the elections to see if there were any gaps that we need to fix. Today we announced that we would have a foreign influence registry. Madame Speaker,
Madame la Présidente, le 1er mars.
Madam Speaker, on March 1st, Papier Excellence acquired Resolute Forest Products, a forest industry giant that controls 25% of Quebec's forests. If a buyer can revitalize Resolute, which was investing very little in modernizing its mills, that would be great. However, an investigation by an international media consortium, including Radio-Canada, is causing concern. Papier Excellence is linked to Asian Pulp and Paper, a company with dubious practices and controlled by the Chinese state. Has the government done the required checks to make sure the Chinese state does not indirectly control a quarter of Quebec's forests?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite knows full well that all foreign investments are reviewed under the Investment Canada Act, and this transaction is no different. In the case of Paper Excellence's takeover of Resolute, it was subject to a national security review process. And not only that, the member will be pleased to know that as part of that review process, the investor is committed to providing commitments such as maintaining existing Canadian patents, maintaining facilities in Quebec, and adhering to Canadian employment and environmental laws. Now, due to the confidentiality provisions of the Investment Canada Act, we cannot comment further.
Honorable député de Jonquière.
Bon, c'est pas l'enjeu, mais bon.
That's not the issue, but fine. Now, if we made better use of our forests, if we processed more, if we developed alternatives to oil, this would be a key to a prosperous and renewable carbon-free economy. But that's not Asian Pulp and Paper's business model. They process as little as possible, send kraft pulp directly to China. Jobs are in China. The added value is in China. What conditions did the government impose on Papier Excellence to protect our processing plants and ensure that Quebec's forests generate wealth in Quebec and not in China?
Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Madame la Présidente, l'acquisition de...
Madam Speaker, the acquisition was subject to provisions of the National Security Review process. Investors committed to supporting investments in facilities, maintaining Canadian patents, and respecting Canadian environmental legislation and labor legislation. I'm sorry, the time is up. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, after 8 years of Liberal governance, everything costs more for all Canadians, especially essential goods. For instance, housing. Someone renting housing has to pay twice as much compared to 8 years ago. For people who are buying a home, mortgages doubled over the last 8 years, and that carries the signature of this Liberal government. They never controlled their expenditures, which led to the inflation we're experiencing now. Will the government recognize its responsibility? Will they get out of the way so that we can step in and fix what's broken? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Last month, we saw inflation go down. As for the issue of rent that Canadians are paying, Conservatives voted against a direct payment that we offered to Canadians to help them make ends meet. We are there to support Canadians. Thank you. The member for Louis Saint Laurent. Another question. Another aspect that's essential for Canadians is food. As a citizen for Loretteville, many of us do so. We bring food to the shared fridge on Racine Street. And I can tell you, it goes fast because people need it. I'm sure it's happening in the riding of the Parliamentary Secretary. People who gave to food banks now have to knock on their doors. Is the government aware of the problems that inflation is causing, that its government caused by refusing to curb any of its expenditures for 8 years? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, my colleague knows full well that inflation right now affects every country throughout the world because of the war in Ukraine, because of supply chain issues and others. I volunteer at my local community kitchen, and I, as well as every member of my party, see what's happening on the ground. That's why we have a plan to help Canadians with the issue of affordability.
Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, his housing record spells double trouble. Average rent costs have doubled to $2,200 a month. Average mortgage costs have more than doubled to $3,500 a month. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, many Canadians are worried about keeping a roof over their heads. So here's my question. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for this out-of-control inflation, or will he step aside and let us fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion.
Madam Speaker, I want to assure the Honourable Member that we take the issue of supporting Canadians with rent very seriously. That is why we introduced the Canada Housing Benefit and recently topped up a one-time payment of $500. The fact of the matter is we've been there for Canadians and will continue to be there for Canadians. The Honourable Member should have a conversation with his leader. It's been a year since his leader announced that he was running for that position, and he hasn't presented a plan to Canadians. They have no plan, and they have no solutions to bring to this Parliament.
Honorable Député de Pontiac.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, inflation in the food industry is very worrying. The Agriculture Committee looked into the matter and heard from various experts. They were very positive about introducing a code of conduct that could reduce pressure to raise prices for consumers. I know that yesterday the Conservatives were a bit confused on the issue. Could the parliamentary secretary for the Minister of Agriculture give the full story on this code and the benefits that it could offer to consumers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Pontiac, who works to support agriculture and rural issues that affect Canadians and Quebecers. A code of conduct is essential to ensure fair prices for consumers. It will ensure a fair relationship between processors and retailers, supermarkets. We saw at the Agriculture Committee that we're expecting the industry to set up a code of conduct before the end of the year, and that's good news for consumers.
Trail Eagle Creed.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, rent and housing have doubled. The average rent for a two-bedroom apartment across Canada is over $2,000 per month, compared to $1,100 in 2015. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, average mortgage rates have doubled and now cost Canadians over $3,000 per month. Will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility for driving up the cost of housing so we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and of Diversity and Inclusion.
Madam Speaker, we've introduced the Canada Housing Benefit to be there for Canadian renters. We've also introduced the top-up payment of $500 that is going towards almost 2 million Canadians to support them with the cost of rent. And what did the party opposite do? Not only did they vote against that real help for Canadian renters, they played procedural games in this House to delay its implementation. I would urge the honourable member to have a conversation with her caucus members who believe that the federal government should actually do less on affordable housing.
For Carlton Trail Eagle Creed.
Of groceries is also rising in Canada at its fastest rate since 1981. In fact, Canada's food price report for 2023 predicts that families will spend over $1,000 more on food this year. That's another 5 to 7% increase in food prices over last year, the largest increases since it began reporting 12 years ago. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for his inflationary spending so we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and to the Associate Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to take this opportunity to talk about the strength of the Canadian economy in a time of global inflation. While it's true that we still have the lowest deficit in the G7, while it's true that we still have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, we are still focusing on making life more affordable for Canadians. And I'd like to take this opportunity to correct a record from a statement I made a few weeks ago where I said Canadians working hard to come through this had created more than 600,000 jobs, because as of this morning, that number is 830,000 jobs. And I would also like to correct the fact that I said we're focused on affordability and getting kids dental care. It used to be 150,000 kids. Now it's over 200,000 children, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Disnepe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, this isn't working. These are the words of a food bank chair from northern Saskatchewan who adds, everything is increasing. Gas, rent, food, heat. I just don't know how people are supposed to manage. Their monthly food budget is $5,000 and produces half the food hampers it did just 3 years ago. This is less than a one-night stay for the Prime Minister in a hotel. Right. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for this crisis or get out of the way so we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we know that global inflation is stretching the budgets of Canadians, but that's why we've put together a $12.1 billion affordability plan. That includes doubling the GST benefit. That went out to over 11 million Canadians, including more than 50% of our seniors. That includes strengthening the Canada Workers benefit that helped 4.1 million workers get the help that they need to put food on the table, and that helped more than 200,000 children under the age of 12 get the dental care that they deserve, taking a burden off of parents in this country, Madam Speaker.
Member for Whitby.
Madam Speaker, the government recently launched its new and ambitious Indo-Pacific strategy. This comprehensive plan makes it clear that India, the world's fastest growing economy, is a critical partner for Canada. While Canada and India have a long-standing bilateral relationship, this strategy commits Canada to further strengthen both economic as well as people-to-people ties. Having just traveled to India, could the Parliamentary Secretary please tell the House about the work done so far to implement this new strategy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Whitby for his advocacy on a very important question. I had the opportunity to accompany the Minister of Foreign Affairs to the G20 in India last week. This was the minister's second trip to India since the release of our Indo-Pacific strategy, and we are hitting the ground running. As part of my trip, I had meetings on strengthening cultural and educational ties and met with business groups like the Indo-Canadian Business Council. Our government will continue to strengthen our position in the Indo-Pacific region to unlock economic opportunities for Canadians and grow our strong people-to-people ties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In Alberta, Indigenous communities are pushing back on mega corporations like Imperial Oil, who are polluting our land and jeopardizing our health. But the Liberals turn a blind eye, and Premier Smith rewards them with billions of dollars. Seepage of toxic water from Imperial Oil Sands facility poison Indigenous lands and waters, allowing these corporations to continue with just a slap on the wrist. Delaying justice is denying justice, Madam Speaker. When will the Liberals take Indigenous rights seriously by closing the environmental loopholes?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely appalling that the leak from an Imperial Oil was known by the Alberta government for well over 6 months, that neither the corporation nor the government informed Indigenous people who rely on that water and that land for life, Mr. Speaker. We have to do better, Madam Speaker, and we will. This government will take Indigenous rights seriously. We will protect water, we will protect land, and we will work together to do that.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But this we know. For 9 months, the Coral Mine leaked toxic effluent on the lands and waters of the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation. This we know. In that time, Imperial continued to lobby for more subsidies from Canada while failing to inform the Chippewa and Athabascan people. Our prisons are overrepresented with Indigenous people, which means they're underrepresented with corporate criminals like the CEO of Imperial Oil. When will this government stop subsidizing big oil and get tough on corporate crime?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And like the Honourable Member, our government is deeply, deeply concerned by the reports about the Coral Mine tailings ponds. Our first thoughts are for the health and well-being of families in the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation, the ACFN, and other affected Indigenous communities. And Madam Speaker, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change has reached out directly to the ACFN, the Mikisew Cree, as well as the Alberta Environment Minister to better understand the situation from their perspectives and to, Madam Speaker, ensure that they know that the Government of Canada is there with them every step of the way.
And that brings us to the end of question period. I wish everybody a great weekend for those who are leaving before the House rises, and a great week in the riding. I have a point of, is it a point of order? The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles-Lamoine.
Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, on Thursday, March 23, 2023, when the House adjourns, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, March 27, 2023 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1, provided that for the purposes of any standing order, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, March 24, 2023, and B, on Friday, March 24, 2023. The address by the President of the United States of America to be delivered in the chamber of the House of Commons before members of the Senate and the House of Commons, together with all introductory and related remarks, be printed as an appendix to the House of Commons debates of Thursday, March 23, 2023, and form part of the records of this House, provided that the media recording and transmission of such address, introductory and related remarks be authorized pursuant to established guidelines for such occasions, and 2, any standing joint, special, and special joint committees, as well as their subcommittees, shall not be empowered to sit on that day.
All those opposed as to the member putting this motion shall say no.
Of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. It's carried. The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne has another point of order.
Madam Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I think that you will observe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, the House shall meet at 1 p.m. and proceed to the consideration of private members' business for that day from 1 to 2 p.m. B, the time provided for government orders shall end at 9:30 p.m. and may be extended pursuant to Standing Order 45-7.1. C, proceedings on any opposition motion pursuant to Standing Order 81-17 shall conclude at the end of government orders, provided that paragraph C1 of the order made on Tuesday, November 15, 2022, shall continue to apply, and D, after the disposal of every question relating to Supplementary Estimate C for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2023, and interim supply for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2024, and the appropriation bills based thereon, the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day.
Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Anyone opposed to the motion shall please say nay. Carried.
The honourable Minister of Finance has a point of order.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, our government is focused on the clean Canadian economy of this century and to make life more affordable for Canadians and to create good jobs and prosperity for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
In the budget I will present to this House on Tuesday, March 28th, 2023 at 4 p.m. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for that purpose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, introduction of government bills, déclaration de ministre,
statements by minister,
rapport,
reports from interparliamentary delegations,
presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Sure, I have the honour to present in both official languages the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates entitled Supplementary Estimates C 2022-2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Presenting reports from committees. Okay. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages 10th report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled Responding to the Challenges of Our Time. I'd like to thank the Finance Committee clerks Alexandre Roger, Karine Grandjean, analysts Joël Malo, Michael Lambert-Racine, and Sylvain Fleury, committee assistant Linda Goudreau, the whole team of interpreters, technologists, and staff of the committee, and of course, all the hardworking members of the committee, our witnesses, and department officials for their hard work in getting this report completed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I see that the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn is rising on the dissenting dissenting opinion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising today to table the Conservatives' dissenting report to the Finance Committee's pre-budget consultation report. First, I want to say Conservatives thank the clerk and analysts and all committee staff for their work during this process, and thank the witnesses who appeared or made written submissions. Conservatives dissent to this report because it fails to address the inflation and cost of living crisis created by increasing tax hikes and out-of-control Liberal spending. For those reasons, we cannot support the recommendations in that report. I would also like to add that Conservatives would like to see a better process put in place so that the Finance Committee can complete the pre-budget consultation process more efficiently and effectively, and that the recommendations of stakeholders and the committee are considered and reported to this place well ahead of the budget season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Viss, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Conditions of Release and Conditional Sentences. This motion is deemed adopted.
Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Madam Speaker, it's a great privilege for me to present a bill as a member. During my political career, I've been able to call out to the government concerning violent crime. With this bill, I seek three things: to create a new offense for the violation of conditional sentences and conditions of release. Secondly, require that it be reported to the authorities. And third, it also amends the criminal code to prevent people who have been found guilty of certain offenses to serve their sentences in the community. We're talking about protecting Canadians here, Madam Speaker. And there have been laws adopted that have seen people get sentences that are not harsh enough. So we're trying to protect Canadians and Quebecers and live in a safe Canada. That is why I am proud to respond to the motion of the National Assembly, which calls on people not be able to serve their sentences in the community who have committed violent offenses. I hope that our convictions will all come together to support the safety of our citizens. Thank you. Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Viss, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
Okay.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Members' bills. Ms. Edlut, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Territorial Lands Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask if I can speak on the bill.
I'm just going to ask the Honourable Member to restart. Unfortunately, I didn't have my earpiece in, and I do have it now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to inquire if it's possible to make an amendment to my bill.
We seem to have a problem. I'm just going to double check if it's me or if it's... Thank you. Okay. The honourable member is just introducing the bill, so she cannot move an amendment at this time. Exactly.
Madam Speaker, I am happy to rise today to speak on my bill. The Territorial Lands Act needs to align with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Free, prior, and informed consent must be used when developing on Indigenous lands. Indigenous peoples' rights must be upheld at all stages of government. From beginning to end. This bill will ensure that governments meet this important international standard. I thank the experts that I worked with and my NDP colleague for seconding my bill and who continues to advocate for Indigenous rights as I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just on a point of order, I have a deep amount of respect for the member and Indigenous languages, but just going forward, I think it'd be advantageous that if we provided some sort of translation so we know what's actually being talked about on the floor.
Translation on the auxiliary channel? Yes, I was listening to it. So maybe in the future we should maybe put just a little bit of a statement advising members what channel it will be on, but it was on the auxiliary channel. The motion is deemed adopted. The motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Idlou, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. L'honorable député d'Esquimalt.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
I want to thank my caucus for making the space today for me to move concurrence in the first report of the...
I'm sorry, I had a form that I was supposed to read first that was just given to me. Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that the first report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights presented on Thursday, April 7th, 2022 be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I first want to thank my caucus for making the opening available for me to move this concurrence report, and I also want to thank in particular the member for Victoria and the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, with whom I continue to work very closely on matters to do with combating violence against women. Madam Speaker, in Parliament, unanimity is a very rare thing, but on fighting violence against women, this provides an instance where all parties have agreed. This report and its recommendations have now twice received the support of all parties in the Justice Committee. The statistics on violence against women in Canada are shocking and clearly demonstrate that intimate partner violence is a growing problem. At the start of the pandemic, I heard from both frontline service providers and police in my riding that domestic violence calls for assistance had increased by more than 30%. Unfortunately, this happened in communities all across the country, and these rates of violence have not decreased, even as pandemic measures have eased. We continue to lose one woman every 6 days to intimate partner violence in Canada. More than 40% of women, that's more than 6 million Canadians, reported experiencing some kind of psychological, physical, or sexual abuse in an intimate partner relationship in their lifetime, and marginalized women bear the brunt of this violence. For Indigenous women, the number reporting abuse is 61%. For women with disabilities, 55%. And for lesbian, bisexual, and trans women, over 67%. And while Indigenous women account for 5% of the population, they account for 21% of all women killed by an intimate partner. Making coercive and controlling behavior a criminal offense is not really about adding a new offense to the criminal code. Instead, it's about recognizing that this behavior is in itself a form of violence. And it's about moving the point at which victims can get help to one before physical violence occurs, instead of making them wait until there are bruises and broken bones. And as femicide in intimate partner relationships is almost always preceded by coercive and controlling behavior, this change will save lives. We should also recognize the broad community impacts that intimate partner violence have in all of our communities, not only on survivors, but also on families, and in particular on children, both in terms of their physical safety and their mental health. I urge all members of this House to support this concurrence motion, to support the necessary legislation when it comes forward later in this session, and to support the other important recommendations in this report. Let us show Canadians we are united and that we are determined to bring an end to violence against women in this country. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the honourable member. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I want to thank my colleague on the Justice Committee and in the House here from Esquimalt, Saanich, HoC. This is an area that is close to my heart, and I anticipate speaking on this issue in a few minutes. It's certainly something that causes great concern. I am curious about what my colleague thinks about the penalties that we should be ascribing to this behavior. It's obviously should be looked at as criminal behavior based on the report. That's fairly clear. Would he see this as being something where we should be looking at having a deterrent effect in terms of sentencing? I'm curious to have his thoughts on that. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Esquimalt, Saanich, HoC.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question on this. I think what we're trying to get across as a Justice Committee and as members of Parliament is that there's a failure to recognize that coercive and controlling behaviour is in and of itself a form of violence. And again, as I said in my brief remarks, this is really not about creating a new criminal offence. It's about moving that goalpost to where people can get assistance when they're in problematic relationships, instead of making them wait until there's physical harm before social service agencies, law enforcement, or whoever else can step in to assist them to escape from the coercive and controlling behavior. So I think that's where we're starting, is by recognizing this as a form of violence and doing so explicitly in the Criminal Code of Canada.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague. I'd like to hear what he has to say about striking a better balance between prosecuting coercive behavior and help for victims and possible rehabilitation for people who've committed these crimes.
Well, thank you for that important question. The report of the Justice Committee doesn't just deal with the legislative part. It also makes serious recommendations about increasing the supports, in particular for frontline community and women's organizations who provide assistance to the survivors of domestic violence. And so it's a package of measures that are in the report, not just adding to the criminal code. However, I do want to emphasize what I think is very important here is that we need to move that intervention point or that help point forward. And when we can do that, it won't be really about prosecuting more men. It will be about making sure that the violence doesn't occur, which ends up in prosecutions. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I listened to my colleague's intervention on this issue, and what struck me was when he talked about recognizing the pattern of behavior as itself violence. All too often, it seems as though we have looked at what we often call a crime cycle or a cycle of violence, and we don't look at the antecedents themselves as violence, even though those things are really part of what makes up the offense. I'm very proud of my wife. I'm going to give her a shout out here as I stand up. Because she runs a free legal clinic, 2 free legal clinics that often deal with people who have been abused, particularly in the intimate partner violence setting, people who are struggling to get away from their abusers. And one of the things that she reports to me that really captivates my interest, if you will, and really beckons to my concern on this point, is the fact that it is incredibly difficult to get police resources devoted to these types of things. So I'm wondering if my colleague might be prepared to comment on that. I know that the NDP might have differing views on police resources and things like that, but at this point, the police are stretched very thin, and sometimes it's difficult to have the resources to police this matter because this is incredibly important. We know that so many intimate partners end up the victims of homicide, so I'm wondering about my colleague's thoughts on that. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for the question. Of course, before I came here, I was a member of a municipal police board, and I'm quite familiar with the challenges police have because we leave so many social problems to them to try to deal with, rather than providing the services in advance that would prevent these problems from ending up in the legal system. But what was most striking to me at the beginning of the pandemic is that when I phoned and talked with local police agencies, was them saying we have an increased number of domestic violence calls, and in many of those, we know this will end up in violence. But with the way the law is structured right now, we have no way to offer assistance to those victims until there are bruises and broken bones. And that phrase that I've been using came from one of those police officers who gets sent to those problematic relationships. And so it was from both police and women's agencies that the suggestion came that we needed to move that point where we provide assistance closer to those times when the victims actually need it.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Excusez-moi, Procureur Général.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My colleague for his hard work over the years on this issue. I know we've spoken extensively on the need to ensure that coercive behavior and controlling behavior is addressed. I do want to ask him his opinion on Bill C-233, which passed the House, in terms of how this bill will assist us in addressing coercive and controlling behavior.
L'honorable député.
I thank the member for his question, but I'm going to turn back to the Justice Report and the very specific recommendations about domestic violence rather than talking about another bill today, because the motion is to get what I hope will be support from all parties in this House for moving forward on the very broad range of recommendations in the report. So that's what I'm hoping we'll get to. I'm hoping that this debate will conclude today so that we can have a vote when we come back and express the will of this House, which I believe to be unanimous in that we need to take further action on intimate partner violence.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saanich-Golf.
Questions and comments?
Speaker, I want to commend my colleague from Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke. It's an important debate and important initiatives. I would add that not only is there intimate partner violence where the courts say we have to, or the police say we have to wait till something has happened. The deaths of children who are caught up in marriage breakdowns, partnership breakdowns, and an intimate partner who not only wants to kill his own partner, but wreak the worst kind of revenge and kill the children as well. I don't know if this aspect of intimate partner violence is on the minds of those who have brought this forward to us today, and I'd really appreciate any comments.
L'honorable député d'Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for Saanich-Golf Islands for that question. Yes, when we held hearings in the Justice Committee, it was made very clear to us that we ought not to forget that not only are children often used as part of the coercive and controlling behavior, they are also the victims of coercive and controlling behavior. And to see this kind of violence used against their mother, and it's almost always the case, it's men versus women, has long-term mental health impacts on children. And so we have tried to be aware in writing these recommendations of the need to consider those broader impacts, not just on the survivors, but on the broader family dynamics. Thank you.
We have time for one last quick question. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson.
On behalf of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and I will offer this comment to my colleague, especially based on what he just said, and that is this. It's very important, as he mentioned, to recognize that the victims, and if you look at the criminal code, victim is actually defined very broadly. Anybody who's impacted by an offense can submit a victim impact statement, for instance. So I commend my colleague for recognizing that, because far too often children are themselves victims by virtue of seeing this type of violence, seeing any violence for that matter. And part of stopping the cycle of violence within a relationship is stopping it so children don't see it any further. Thank you.
The honourable member has 30 seconds to answer.
Mr. Speaker, I think one of the important aspects of this whole issue, again, is making sure that we as a society clearly condemn coercive and controlling behavior and the attempt to deprive women of their autonomy and their ability to escape from harmful relationships. And the fact that this has not been considered a criminal offense, in effect, in many ways, condones that kind of behavior. And so I look forward to the day when we've made that very clear statement as a parliament that this is unacceptable behavior and we can provide support to those survivors. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights report entitled The Shadow Pandemic, Stopping Coercive and Controlling Behavior in Intimate Relationships. I'm grateful for all the individuals and organizations who provided evidence at the committee during their study of this very important issue, and I would like to commend the committee for its comprehensive report. I also want to thank my colleague and friend from Esquimalt, Saanich for all his work on this issue. Addressing all forms of gender-based violence continue to be a priority of this government and this Prime Minister. This is a timely conversation, given International Women's Day was just this week. Coercive control is in intimate relationships, also known as coercive and controlling behavior, is an insidious form of intimate partner violence that often precedes physical violence. An abuser engages in a pattern of controlling behavior over a period of time, eliminating the victim's sense of freedom. Abusers use a broad range of controlling conduct, including isolating the victim from their friends and family, monitoring and controlling the victim's activities and finances, or threatening, belittling, humiliating, or assaulting the victim. Coercive control focuses on the cumulative impact of the abuser's conduct on the victim. While we know that anyone can be a victim of intimate partner violence, victims are most often women, and this violence is commonly perpetrated by men. In 2021, 8 in 10 victims of such violence were women and girls, and the rate of victimization was nearly 4 times higher among women and girls than men and boys. We must also consider that many experiences of victimization are not reported to the police. The underreporting of certain types of violence, including intimate partner violence, is well established, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous people are over twice as likely to experience spousal violence as non-Indigenous. About 6 in 10 Indigenous women have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime, and 4 in 10 experience physical abuse by an intimate partner in their lifetime. More specifically, 43% of First Nation women, 48% of Métis women, and 35% of Inuit women have experienced physical and sexual assault by an intimate partner in their lifetime. The World Health Organization has recognized that intimate partner violence is a serious public health concern and a violation of women's rights that has profound, immediate, and long-term impacts on survivors and victims and requires a multi-sectoral approach. We know that gender-based violence is unacceptable and has no place in Canada. We also know that it is a significant barrier to achieving gender equality. I want to note that the Minister of Justice raised the committee's recommendation at the fall 2022 Federal, Provincial, Territorial meeting of ministers responsible for justice and public safety, and that his officials have engaged their provincial and territorial counterparts on the issue of enacting a new offence prohibiting coercive control consistent with one of the committee's recommendations. I, for one, will be interested to learn about what this collaboration within provinces and territories will result in. Indeed, they will have valuable experience to contribute to this issue given their responsibility for the administration of justice, including the investigation and prosecution of criminal offences. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for this discussion that's taking place today and look forward to continuing the work with him and all parliamentarians on this very important issue.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his comments on this report. At Justice Committee, we've heard from many witnesses, including from groups that advocate for women who are victims of crime, and they've told us that, in their opinion, reducing sentences for men who are guilty of intrapartner violence is not helping the cause of women. And I wonder if he has a comment about that. Thank you.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I agree, Mr. Speaker. Reducing sentences is not a good thing, particularly in the case of intimate partner violence. What is important is that our government is undertaking reforms that really speak to a number of issues in our community. C5, for example, address the issues of mandatory minimum penalties, which we know does not work. What we've done with C5, for example, is allowed judges to make decisions based on the individual that is before the court, one that is based on a number of different personal circumstances, and I think it's smart public policy, Mr. Speaker. So we will continue towards reform that is meant to be smart, that's meant to address issues of serious criminality, and also to ensure that intimate partner violence is not accepted in any way in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honorable député de Kamloops.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I'm going to follow up on my friend and colleague's last point that he just made, and that's in regard to sentencing. And I know he mentioned Bill C5, and we may have some disagreement on minimum penalties. But for instance, the maximum penalty, if memory serves, for assault is 5 years when preceded by indictment. I believe it's 2 years less a day when preceded summarily. Does he believe or agree that perhaps we need to elevate the maximum sentences when it comes to intimate partner violence? And I point out a couple of things. One of them is the fact that the criminal code talks about people who are vulnerable. And when we talk about the cycle of violence, we are in fact talking about people who are vulnerable. The second thing is that the criminal code mentions that it is an aggravating feature to abuse one's intimate partner. So given those factors, would he propose raising the maximum sentences for people who abuse their intimate partners?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and as the Honourable Member knows, the Minister of Justice is open to suggestions from all parliamentarians. But what is very clear for the Minister is that we need to have smart criminal justice policy that is rooted in evidence, and we look forward to working with all parliamentarians in this regard.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député d'Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was hesitant to ask questions, but it always disturbs me when the Conservatives introduce disinformation. There have been no reductions in sentences in the criminal code for cases regarding domestic violence. That's not happened. It's not a fact. But what's really important here is not to talk about the sentencing, but what we're talking about is the ability for interventions that will remove perpetrators from the home and that will get survivors of this violence out of those dangerous situations. And when this is placed in the criminal code, it will allow earlier intervention. So my question to the Honourable Member is if he would agree with me that this is about prevention and not about sentencing.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Absolutely will agree with him in this regard, and I know this is an important issue that we've heard from many different organizations and individuals that have been directly impacted. So we do, the minister has been very clear on this a number of times when he's appeared before committee. He's in fact answered a question the member asked several months ago, and he will continue to work with his provincial territorial counterparts in order to advance smart criminal justice policy.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
President, I want to thank my Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for this discussion today. I myself have been working on a piece of legislation that's right now at the final stages in the Senate, where we're ensuring that coercive control training to judges is part of the national conversation and understanding of how we create preventative measures in protecting women and children that who are experiencing abuse and are being funneled through the judicial system. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, do you feel that this study, in addition to the legislation that we have currently in the Senate, is opening up the conversation so that we can really get a handle on resources and safety measures for women and children who are experiencing coercive control? Thank you, Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention. I know she's worked very hard on this issue with Bill C-233 for a number of years, and I've admired the depth to which her and her colleagues have gone to ensure that it passes, but also it brings everybody together, and I think she successfully managed to do that. Of course, this is an important conversation starter, but it should not be the end. It is one of the tools that are important, back to the point that my friend from Kamloops made, in order to ensure the sentencing, for example, is appropriate. Judges are informed of the peculiarities and the special circumstances that involved in intimate partner violence, and I think the risk involved. So I think it's important and smart first step, but of course there's much more to do.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. This is questions and comments. So this is a comment to my colleague and friend on the other side of the floor here. What we're talking here about really is victims. Victims who are vulnerable. And one of the things I found quite dismaying is that when it came to the ombud for victims, that position was left unfilled for months, perhaps even into the years. I can't recall off the top of my head. So it's difficult because when we're talking about intimate partner violence, the victims we're dealing with here are some of the most vulnerable, some of the most marginalized. And this ombud would be the type of person that would presumably be helping those victims. So I just wanted to express that here we are talking about victims, particularly in the most vulnerable of settings, but that position was left unfilled for a significant period of time, and it's just an inconsistency here. I would have liked to have seen the government fill it earlier. Thank you.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's a Friday afternoon, and my friend from Saanich has brought forward a very important conversation. Today, I don't really want to get into a political debate, Mr. Speaker, but I do just want to put on the record that the member and the party opposite has consistently spoken out against C-75, which in many ways addresses the issue of gender-based violence. If you look at many provisions that were brought in that were not available in protecting victims. So I find it a little disingenuous when the party opposite starts going into a political discussion on timing of an appointment, where the real issues are addressed in criminal code amendments that we have brought forward as a government, to which they continuously criticize and demean and in fact misinform the public on.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very short question, 30 seconds maximum. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Bill C-75 was introduced 4 years ago. It's been law for about 4 years now. And one of the stated purposes was to reduce the number of Indigenous people in our criminal justice system and in our prisons. Yet Dr. Zinger, in his latest report, he's our correctional investigator, said that number is going in the wrong direction, particularly for Indigenous women. I would like my colleagues' comments on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 30 seconds.
Again, C5, and I have an incredible amount of respect for Dr. Zinger. I've followed his work for the last decade, and I think he is one of the most underused person in this House. I think he's absolutely right. So if you look at Bill C5, to which again the party opposite consistently and continuously drags down, it is to address issues of overrepresentation. So I think, again, I go back to smart public criminal policy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député de Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I didn't anticipate speaking today, and I know I have 20 minutes, so if the chair would indulge me, I would like to do a couple of quick shout-outs. One is to my niece, Juliana Bradley. 23 years ago, she came into this world. I was a criminology student with a lot of hair back then, and I still remember going to the hospital from Simon Fraser University, traveling to Kamloops that night on a Greyhound bus. Can't do that anymore, and holding her in my arms. And so she is 23 today. We are proud of the young woman that she has become. She's a force, and I'm proud to be her uncle. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I say happy birthday, Juliana. Second shout out I want to give, I was trapped in the airport in Toronto early Monday morning, and my wife and I didn't have a flight. We missed our flight to Ottawa. And Julie and Bernard Caravel rented a minivan and gave us a ride to Ottawa here in the middle of the night. We got here at about 5:30 or 6 in the morning. They're actually both retired civil servants, both work for the Canadian government. It turned out that Julie and I had a mutual contact because we were both parole officers a number of years ago. They didn't know anything about us, and they were generous enough to open themselves up to us, to give us, as perfect strangers, a ride in their vehicle. This is the type of generosity that, in my view, defines Canada, and I wanted to take a minute or two to recognize that. So thank you to them. Julie and Bernard, you are now enhancered through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to mostly speak from the heart here today. I didn't know I was going to be giving a speech on this issue when I first arrived here today. So much of what you're going to hear is essentially from the heart. I have a few notes jotted down. And I want to speak about the broader issue of intimate partner violence that is specifically addressed in this report. I was not a member of Parliament here during the 43rd Parliament, but I am obviously now here, and it's a pleasure and an honor to, as of late, sit on the Justice Committee. We're talking about the report that my colleague has tabled here. When we look at intimate partner violence, and within that we're specifically addressing the debate, or that shouldn't be really a debate, the discussion around controlling and coercive behavior, we have to recognize, in my view, that this type of conduct straddles every single socioeconomic group. This isn't something that happens behind closed doors for people who are poor or only people who are rich. This is something that happens and impacts every single group. It may go unsaid more often in upper class settings, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. It's simply perhaps underreported in those instances. And that's what makes intimate partner violence a unique subset of offenses, in my view. Impaired driving is another one, but there aren't a lot of offenses that really straddle all groups, and that so many different groups, socioeconomic groups, are impacted, like when it comes to intimate partner violence. In my view, this is something that this House has to get serious about. I may have even raised it in my speech, given in my maiden speech, I should say, my first speech in the House of Commons. When we talk about this, I often refer to my wife. She is my better half. She's much smarter. Yes, much better half, as my colleague here behind me said. No argument from my colleague from Winnipeg. She's much better looking. I don't know if he would give me an argument on that as well. He just threw up his hands for the record. She's much smarter, much wiser, much more charming, and the work she does, I am indebted to her. She has told me stories about women who come to her terrified in this setting. And if you look at the criminal code, Section 810 of the criminal code, and I believe it's actually referenced in the intimate partner violence report, talking about Section 810 peace bonds, and that's typically how this was dealt with historically, is a peace bond. So it's to say, and what a peace bond means for anybody who's out there is it says that a person has a reasonable ground to fear another person. It doesn't even need to be in an intimate partner setting. It can be in any setting. And peace bonds are often used as part of a plea bargaining process when an original charge is assault. But the peace bond process is like a trial, as in the police have to submit a report to Crown Counsel. Crown Counsel in British Columbia anyways will approve that charge. When I say charge, they'll approve that allegation. And then there's disclosure. So it's essentially a full-blown trial for this hearing as to whether or not a person has reasonable grounds to fear, to the point that, let's say something happens January 1st of 2021, that matter may not get to trial until January 31st of 2022, for instance. So there's a full 13 months, and I believe the maximum duration, or typically the duration of a peace bond, is going to be 12 months. This is generally quite inadequate, and for anybody who might be watching in British Columbia, I don't know if other jurisdictions have this, but a person who has grounds to fear in British Columbia can go to the courts, and on sworn evidence or an affidavit evidence, and I didn't practice law in this area, so I'm just paraphrasing here, but my understanding is that they can go to the full court under provincial legislation and get a court order prohibiting contact. And that court order is done what's called ex parte, which means that there's no notice to the person who is the subject of that order. So anybody who may be watching on CPAC or anywhere else, just be aware that there may be some provincial legislation that allows you to go to court literally today or tomorrow to sign an affidavit, which is a sworn document, to have your lawyer present that to a judge, and then once that document is served on the person for whom there's a reasonable ground to fear, they can no longer have any contact with you, and if they do, they are subject to a criminal code offense. Coercive behavior is, in my view, Mr. Speaker, part of what sometimes in justice circles we call the cycle of violence. You may have heard me say there is an offense cycle, as in people don't just go from 0 to 60 in terms of 1 second somebody is not offending and the next second they are. There are often antecedents, and those antecedents or precursors, if you will, might be drinking too much. It might be dysfunction in the relationship. It might be manipulation itself. And those things will almost always, or from what I've seen, always will precede the actual offense, which, uttering a threat, or the violence, the assaultive behavior, which is the laying on of hands without consent, the sexual assault, anything like that when it comes to the intimate partner violence. So when we're talking about an offense cycle, it's my view that controlling and coercive behavior actually is really the offense cycle. And so what we're trying to do here and what this report addresses is the fact that the offense cycle itself ought to be criminalized based on the report itself. We can never forget that the best predictor of future behavior is itself past behavior, and I hope that the House will indulge me as I share some anecdotes from my experience. And this really goes back to that cycle of violence, and it really plays into this notion of controlling and coercive behavior, because up to this point, we've been talking about coercive and controlling behavior in the context of what happens and what precedes the offense. But controlling and coercive behavior actually occurs after the offense as well. Typically, when there's an allegation of assault or of uttering threats, an accused person will be put on conditions under the criminal code. And those conditions, they get enforced variably, as in some people and some law enforcement take them more seriously than others, and frankly, some accused persons take them more seriously than others. So what we have is we have somebody who's on a condition to stay away from their intimate partner, who's the victim in the instance, and regardless, the accused person will get to that intimate partner, either directly or indirectly. And I would say where I worked at the prosecutorial office, we would see about one person a day in a relatively small community would walk up to our counter and say, I want to drop charges. And it was almost always an intimate partner that would say that. I don't think I'm really stretching to say that one intimate partner a day. And we would often have to explain, well, it's not your decision to drop charges. This isn't the United States where you get to say, I want charges or I don't. It is the Crown, His Majesty in this case, that makes that decision. But I was always really bothered by that people who were clearly victimized, and sometimes, if it was my case, I would bring them in, potentially, or I would talk to the people and they'd say, I want to drop charges. And sometimes you would actually have to play the 911 call. And for those who haven't, listened to 911 calls a lot, they're pretty harrowing. I mean, if somebody's calling 911, they're calling it because there's a reason, because they're scared, because there's an emergency. And to see somebody who had clearly been victimized and clearly been part of this coercive behavior over the course of months, listen to their 911 call from 6 months ago saying, I am petrified, or I have just been abused by my partner. And then 6 months later, to see them say, I want to drop charges because I love this person. Or I don't want to see them punished. Or I'm fearful. These are the things that really this report gets to, and I'm mindful of the fact that these are underlying problems. It's often been said, how do we deal with these underlying issues? And I'm not going to say that that's not a huge issue. Another thing I would often say to intimate partners in this setting is, do you have children? Let's say this is your daughter who made that 911 call. Would you be giving them the same advice? Would you be giving them advice to take the action you're taking? And a number of them would be taken aback by that, and that was the point. Again, we don't want that cycle of violence to continue. And yet, if you look at justice system participants, if you look at statistics, if you just sit in court, it's really difficult to see oftentimes the same people, the same abuser, the same complainant. And we're fooling ourselves if we believe that the violence happened if there are 3 sets of charges from January, and then another one in April, and another one in July. We're fooling ourselves if this conduct was only the assaultive behavior that occurred that January, that April, and that July. There was intervening events, typically marked by what the report D calls coercive behavior. So there's certainly a reason to address this. The criminal law doesn't capture this issue. This is something that my colleague from the NDP has stated, and I believe he has a private member's bill on this point. And I look forward to discussing that and debating that, because the criminal law doesn't really capture this. It actually doesn't capture another thing, and I'm probably not letting the cat out of the bag here too much, but it's something that I'm looking at for a private member's bill as well. And that is this. If a person assaults their intimate partner, it is the exact same charge as if a person assaults somebody at the bar, somebody at a pub, somebody on the street. It's Section 266 of the Criminal Code. It just goes down as an assault. So our Criminal Code, through its charging section, actually doesn't distinguish between assaulting an intimate partner and assaulting a stranger, or assaulting your best friend, or assaulting anybody else. There's no distinguishment. Same with uttering threats. The person who's most likely to get threatened, in my view, anecdotally, is an intimate partner. Again, the Criminal Code does not distinguish between uttering a threat against an intimate partner versus uttering a threat against, a person on the street or something like that. What troubles me about that is this, Mr. Speaker. The sentence that, therefore, is the same. If we're going to say that this is an insidious event that occurs far too frequently across all sorts of socioeconomic groups, and we're going to come down on it, why do we treat assaulting one's partner the same way as we treat assaulting somebody at the pub? It really makes sense that we should be treating it more seriously. And we treat it more seriously by making the penalty more serious. Otherwise, it's great to say, yeah, this is just more serious. But if the penalty is identical, what is Parliament communicating? Parliament's communicating that it isn't itself any different. We can talk about it, but at the end of the day, when the rubber hits the road, what is the law on the books? We can have aggravating features in the Criminal Code, but I do call on this House to make that change, because in my view, it is a change that should be made, particularly to the assault section under 266, the uttering threat section under 264.1, the assault causing sections, and the aggravated assault section. If you want a parallel, just simply look at the peace officer domain. There is a discrete section for assaulting a peace officer. If you assault a peace officer, you have committed an assault. But Parliament has chosen to say, if you assault a peace officer, it will be a discrete offense. We don't do that when it comes to intimate partners. Given what this report tells us, it's something that I believe that this House should do. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, when we look at intimate partner violence as a leading element of homicides, I believe from my criminology days it was about 50%, that's something that we should again be addressing. I believe I have a few minutes left, so I'm going to get to some of the recommendations of this report, Madam Speaker here. Obviously, recommendation 1, talking about acknowledging the significant harms and that these harms are not captured in the code itself, and recommendation 2 makes further statements to that. And recommendation 3 talks about calling on the federal government, the provinces, the territories to implement measures to combat the challenges presented by justice system for victims of coercive and controlling behavior and intimate partner violence. So what we often see, Madam Speaker, is the cycle of violence continuing through what is often called secondary victimization. So the primary victimization is the offense itself. The secondary victimization occurs based on that person walking through the justice system. And far too often, victims of intimate partner violence are having to navigate the justice system on their own. I want to recognize in this speech victim services workers, often volunteers, some of them paid far too little in my view, who work for police organizations, especially in small towns. Those victim services workers are invaluable. They are so helpful to helping people in these settings by attending courts. The amount of work they do and the quality of work they do has to be recognized. They are, in my view, often the unsung heroes when it comes to victims getting to court. They're often there for marginalized people, for vulnerable people, for people who are experiencing coercive control on a daily basis. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we all do have a role to play. I know that my view was when an intimate partner violence file came across my desk, something I would try to do was to call the victim as early as I could. Why? Because this is simply a different type of offense. The victim is themselves incredibly vulnerable. They're most vulnerable after a breakup, and when you see that there's a no-contact condition, that could lead to significant violence between them. Recommendation 4 talks about increasing funding and adequate levels of supports and counseling. The reason I raise that, Madam Speaker, is I believe that my colleague from Cumberland Colchester, I'm not sure if he's already tabled the bill, but talking about, I believe he will have a bill forthcoming, if not, about whether we should be taxing counseling services. To me, counseling services are already expensive. I imagine people pay anywhere between $100 and $300 an hour for a counselor. If we're going to address trauma at its root, that addressing should be done in a manner that is affordable, and the government shouldn't really be getting in the way of that by adding a cost to it. Because these events can often themselves be traumatic, Madam Speaker, and not only traumatic at the time, but also, as I said, in the process that a person goes through. Which leads me to recommendation number 5 that talks about training, and that training being trauma-informed. We have that provincial legislation I'd refer to, but we do need to talk about this when it comes to training. Judges must be trained. Oh, am I getting the cutoff? I'm sorry. It's always a pleasure to rise on these types of issues. I will end my speech there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's looking right through me. I want to thank my colleague for his, first of all, to start off with, for his continued advocacy for victims of crime, but also for his service to the people of Kamloops when he was a Crown prosecutor. Now, he brought up a lot of very good points. And one of the issues I want to bring up, the government just released their departmental plans for the coming year. These plans set out their priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. Correction Services, in their actual targets, put a lower target for a percentage of offenders with residency requirements transitioning with revocation or without revocation or new charges. They actually set a lower goal, so a higher incident of repeat offenses. They set rate of convictions for serious offenses. They lowered their target from previous years. Percentage of offenders on conditional release reaching sentence expiry date without revocation or new charges, they, again, for next year, set a lower target. I wonder if my colleague could comment on this government actually setting lower targets for protecting Canadians and protecting victims of crime.
Yeah, please.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I obviously haven't referred to the report because he's often an expert on this. At the end of the day, we have to recognize that this type of offense isn't going away. During the pandemic, it escalated. So any sort of mentality that says we're instantly going to bring these occurrences of offenses down, really, in my view, isn't. It's not backed by anything that I have seen at this point. I know that people often bring up sentencing, and there are divergent viewpoints about that. But I could say this much, Madam Speaker. It really is disheartening from an outsider to see somebody who has been victimized as an intimate partner and see an unjust sentence that is levied when that intimate partner has so clearly been victimized. Thank you.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Kamloops Thompson Caribou for his speech today on interpartner violence. Now, at Justice Committee, where he and I both serve, we've heard from witnesses, people who work with female victims of crime, and we heard from more than one witness that sexual assault goes largely unreported, and of those that actually get reported, even fewer go to trial. And we've heard from witnesses, from victims of sexual assault, that said going to trial is like being on trial themselves. They're being cross-examined. Of course, we support the presumption of innocence, but this is very traumatizing for people who have been victimized once already. They're being re-victimized. I'd like my colleagues' comments on that.
For Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his work on the Justice Committee. The criminal code really is quite convoluted when it comes to sexual assault of intimate partners. We have in Canada a rule against the twin myths. I don't have time to get into that. But it certainly does not make it any easier on victims. I've had victims literally crying on the phone or saying, can't you just deal with this so I don't have to go to court, or can't you just get a peace bond? Anything to avoid it because they fear the system so much. So we have to find a balance that recognizes the presumption of innocence, but also takes a trauma-informed approach to victims of sexual assault. And in the past, Madam Speaker, it was so frequent that we thought about sexual assault as happening perhaps in relationships that, they were very new, they weren't married. We are, in fact, seeing more and more reports of sexual assault in long-term relationships. One of the most horrific sexual assaults I ever prosecuted involved an intimate relationship of some time, and seeing what that victim had to go through, I believe she had to testify twice just in the trial because of pre-trial applications made for defense. That's an area I believe that we as a Conservative government would address. Thank you.
And comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the speech. I know this is talking about intimate partner violence, but my question, I guess, is going to relate into a little bit about some of the measures we've seen from this government as it relates to bail changes, and also the way that the laws are being modified to make it easier for those who are convicted of crimes with firearms, for example, to get off with lower sentences. And I'm just curious on his opinion as to how some of those changes that are being made by this government would come in and impact some of the issues that he was speaking about before. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. He asked about bail and firearms. I probably only have time to deal with one, so I'm gonna pick on bail because that's a really significant issue. And in that case, it's actually a lack of action by the government. There was one action, which was to create a reverse onus. I believe it was if a person has a previous intimate partner violence offense or on intimate partner violence offenses. I would have to check that. But what I'm being told by people on the ground, including my wife, is that these no contact offenses aren't being treated seriously. And by no contact, that means that a person is released, they're released on a release order or on their promise, perhaps to their promise at the scene to not have any contact with the victim. There is the penalties that often accompany those types of offenses are minimal. If we want to stop intimate partner violence, and we talk about this cycle of violence, what are we communicating when we go easy on breaches of bail? Cycle of violence perpetuates. We're saying don't contact your victim. They contact their victim, and there's no meaningful consequence. That must end. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his excellent speech and his responses to many questions from across the political spectrum. My question for the member is, we can change the laws all we want, but if we don't have the mechanisms and institutions available to support particularly women and children who are caught in situations of intimate partner violence, I'm thinking of women's shelters. In Alberta, in my riding, we had the first women's shelter since 1984 built. And without these critical resources, coinciding with changes in laws, I don't think we're going to see a reduction in intimate partner violence. I'm wondering if the member can give me his thoughts on the importance of building an ecosystem that fights intimate partner violence in this country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. This is actually an excellent question. Madam Speaker, in my experience, one of the reasons why people go back to their abuser is economics. That's what it is. The partner was the person who brought home most of the money, or we simply can't afford to live apart in two residences. And what does that do? It brings two people together back into what was an otherwise toxic relationship. I couldn't agree more. There needs to be more services for people, particularly women, particularly marginalized women, Indigenous women, who are themselves the victims of intimate partner violence. Because far too often we see, to borrow his term, an ecosystem set up that doesn't prevent future offenses. It actually fosters future offenses because the two parties invariably get back together, whether it be for emotional reasons, economic reasons, or geography. That's something we need to address. I thank him for raising that very salient point.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good, thank you. At Justice Committee, we are currently studying bail reform, largely instigated on account of violence against police officers. Just a few months ago, Constable Priscilla was murdered by a person who was out on bail. One of the charges was relating to interpartner violence, and I wonder if my colleague would have a comment on that.
The honourable member, within 30 seconds, please.
Well, brevity has never been my forte, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleague for his question. Before I begin, obviously our condolences go to Constable Pirjala's family and anybody who has suffered from his passing. It's not uncommon to see intimate partner violence joined by other offenses. That's one thing that makes it so difficult. Is it can be a standalone offense. You could have a doctor who's alleged to have done this, a lawyer like me. Anybody. It spans all different socioeconomic circumstances. And when I say like me, I mean I'm a lawyer, not that I do these things. That's what I mean by that, because I'm my colleague.
Unfortunately, we're out of time, and the honourable member did get a little bit more time during his speech because I got sidetracked, as did some of the clerks, I think. So there we go. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Justice Committee studied controlling and coercive behavior with the view to examining potential criminal offenses in connection with these behaviors. There was legislation at one point, but it died on the order paper, and that election was a waste of time because it didn't change the makeup of the House at all. The bill would have added a provision to the criminal code which describes an offense for a person who is in a relationship with someone and who exerts control or coercion over that person, this offense would have been a hybrid offense with a maximum prison sentence of 5 years. That legislation was referred to the Justice Committee, and the committee examined Bill C-247 and what should be done with this type of behavior. This is a very sensitive and emotional topic. Violence and coercion should never be a part of any relationship, but we all know that we'll never get there. There will always be people who behave in these ways, and that's why we have to think carefully before we amend the criminal code. We need to help victims. We need to help them as much as possible, but you have to help them in the right way. Drafting legislation like C-247 is an extremely complex task, and that's what the report illustrates. The witnesses and experts have reservations, and they proposed a certain number of changes. This can't be done with just a few provisions in the criminal code. Punishing coercive behavior, even if we wanted that, it's not the full solution. There are countries with provisions of the kind in their criminal codes, and it might be advantageous to study those countries and those situations and see how that could be transposed and adapted to our context. The provisions would set limits on what's acceptable in society, and that could change over time. So we can go by foreign legislation, but we can't just cut and paste. That would be a clumsy effort to implement good intentions. So the criminal code already has some provisions for people who are victims of violence, but unfortunately, women still hesitate to report abuse. And like the member for Thompson Kamloops Caribou said, there are matters of evidence and witnesses who are unwilling to go all the way to get someone to press charges because they have an emotional bond with the accused. And psychological violence and coercion, these are things that make it hard for the victims to even realize sometimes that they are victims of crime. The other thing is that the perpetrators of this behavior, they do everything they can to isolate their victim. And without any resources, it's very hard for a victim to report someone because the victim often has had their self-confidence so undermined, they've been so isolated. It's very, very hard. And the victims don't fall into one class or socioeconomic stratus. So it's very hard to identify victims. There's a whole bunch of outreach and education that has to be done before any legislative response could be considered complete and effective. And that was one of the report's recommendation. We talked about outreach and awareness raising and education. The government of Quebec also has to play a role in outreach and public education. In Quebec, everything works by networks. Everything's interconnected. Healthcare, public social assistance, education, all these things are interconnected. And so that leads me to share my own concern about the report and about the steps that the report outlines. There's constant talk about prosecution, and that's the ultimate goal of amending the criminal code. But there's nothing about rehabilitation or supports. And on the Quebec and provincial side, that's where the jurisdiction around social services lies. But the bill doesn't talk about striking a balance between prosecution and rehabilitation. So that's an open-ended issue in the report. Both victims and perpetrators need support and need help. And that's the balance that has to be struck. And support can also take the form of prevention before these situations get really bad. And I'd like to end on a positive note. All the committee's work was very significant, very useful, and it's the precursor to more in-depth thinking about these issues. And we need to do that before we even attempt to legislate around these behaviors. Obviously, the main goal is to help people who are victims directly or indirectly, because there are collateral victims as well, and we need to think of them also. Thank you.
Point of order, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, presented Thursday, April 7, 2022, be deemed concurred in.
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
I'm just going to finish this. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. No. So we already have a nay on there. Is there still another point of order?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Another point of order. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Yes, Madam Chair. On this important report, members of the official opposition look forward to speaking to it further and have more to say. Thank you very much.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill S-224, an act to amend the Criminal Code, trafficking in persons.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on Bill S-224, an act to amend the Criminal Code, trafficking in persons. And I want to begin by acknowledging that we're gathered here on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people. This bill came to us, Madam Speaker, on October the 18th after having passed in the other place, and proposes reforms to the definition of exploitation for the purposes of the Criminal Code's human trafficking offenses. This bill seeks to protect victims and to hold human traffickers accountable. These are laudable and pressing objectives, Madam Speaker. Human trafficking is one of the most heinous crimes imaginable and is often described as a modern-day form of slavery. It involves the recruitment, transportation, harboring, and/or control over the movement of persons for the purpose of exploitation, typically for sexual exploitation or forced labor. Human trafficking devastates victims and survivors, their families, communities, and society as a whole. In Canada, reported human trafficking data primarily relates to trafficking for the purposes of sexual exploitation. Traffickers seek to profit off the sexual exploitation of others, treating victims as commodities for the traffickers' financial gain. Between 2010 and 2021, the large majority of individuals accused of trafficking were men who were most commonly between the ages of 18 to 24. While we know that anyone can be targeted by a trafficker and become a victim of human trafficking, between 2010 and 2021, 96% of police reported victims were women and girls. Almost 1 in 4, or 24% of the reported victims, were younger than the age of 18. Half, 45%, were between 18 to 24 years old, and 1 in 5 were between the ages of 25 and 34 years old. Moreover, women and girls are more at risk of being targeted by a trafficker when they are impacted by factors like poverty, isolation, precarious housing, substance use, history of violence, childhood maltreatment, and mental health issues, Madam Speaker. In short, traffickers look for young women and girls in precarious situations and target these individuals for their own financial gain. Nous savons également que le
We also know that women, Indigenous women and girls, are overrepresented among victims, and they are at risk of being victims for the purposes of sexual exploitation. The results of the inquiry point out a number of factors that increase the probability of recidivism and violence towards women and intergenerational trauma related to colonization and the lack of social and economic resources and colonial assimilation practices.
Likely target victims who experience these type of risk factors. The majority of victims are trafficked by someone they know. For example, nearly 1/3 of victims have been trafficked by a current or former intimate partner. In fact, some traffickers target and romantically pursue a potential victim with a specific intent of exploiting them. Traffickers will go to great extents to keep victims isolated and unable to seek help. Traffickers often separate victims from those who could help them, hiding them from the public and ensuring they did not have access to support. They may force victims to commit crimes while being trafficked, convincing them, victim, that they will be arrested if they try to seek help. We also know that victims may unwillingly or unable to seek help for a number of reasons, such as distrust of authorities, which is often created or fostered by traffickers themselves, or because victims are fearful or ashamed, aren't aware of their rights in Canada, experience language barriers, or desire to protect their trafficker. After being trafficked, victims may experience post-traumatic stress and memory loss as a result of the physical, sexual, financial, emotional, and psychological abuse they are subject to while being trafficked. Many victims live both physical and psychological scars from being trafficked. Il est primordial.
It is paramount that victims be supported and their traffickers brought to justice. I'm reassured by the fact that the Criminal Code contains a robust legislative framework governing human trafficking, which includes specific human trafficking offenses. Such offenses include trafficking in adults, child trafficking, materially benefiting from human trafficking, and withholding or destroying identity documents to facilitate this crime, with maximum penalties ranging up to life imprisonment. As human trafficking cases are complex, additional offenses may be used depending on the facts, and those additional offenses include things such as uttering threats, forcible confinement, assault, and sexual assault.
4, Madam Speaker, strengthens this framework. I agree with the bill's sponsor that we must continue to reflect on how we can ensure that the most robust legislative framework possible, and I'm grateful that we now have the opportunity to do just that. That brings me to my main concern with Bill S-224. The bill would repeal the Criminal Code's existing definition of exploitation, resulting in prosecutors no longer being able to rely on that definition in appropriate cases. The current definition of exploitation focuses on the impact of the trafficker's conduct on a reasonable person in the victim's circumstances. I note that the existing definition was first enacted in 2005 and such that now we have 17 years of jurisprudence interpreting it. I'm pleased to be able to report that the definition has been interpreted broadly, as I have already noted, applied to human trafficking cases that have involved purely psychological forms of coercion. This is critically important because human traffickers often target victims due to their vulnerabilities, which make them easy to manipulate without the need to resort to more violent tactics. In particular, both the Ontario and Quebec courts of appeal have found under such existing approach, prosecutors do not need to prove that the victim was actually afraid, that the accused used or threatened the use of physical violence, or even that exploitation actually occurred. Prosecutors need to only prove that a reasonable person in the victim's circumstances would fear for their safety, that the accused engaged in psychological forms of coercion, and that the accused either intended to exploit the victim or knew that someone else intended to do so. If Bill S-224 were amended to add its proposed definition of exploitation as an additional definition that could be used in appropriate cases, prosecutors would have an additional tool to assist ensuring that traffickers are held to account. Such an approach would strengthen the existing criminal law's response to human trafficking without removing any of the existing tools that have been successful in achieving the critical objective of ending this heinous crime. Since 2005, when human trafficking offences were enacted in the Criminal Code, Canada has continued to demonstrate leadership in combating human trafficking. For example, Madam Speaker, in 2019, the Government of Canada launched the National Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking. The strategy is led by Public Safety Canada and is a 5-year whole-of-government approach to address human trafficking. It frames federal activities under the internationally recognized pillars of prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnership. Madam Speaker, the objectives of S-224 are laudable, and I share the sponsor's concern about the serious impacts human trafficking has on victims, and I welcome the opportunity to study the bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before starting my speech, I want to congratulate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for having integrated as much French as he did into his speech. It requires effort, and the results are there, so congratulations. This bill amends the Criminal Code in order to specify what represents exploitation to see if a person is guilty of human trafficking. As was mentioned before, my honourable colleague for Saint-Jean said that the Bloc Québécois is in favour of this bill. In fact, it's essential to discuss all the tools likely to help MPs to counter this problem, which gets worse with the movement of populations and an increased number of refugees. This bill responds to the requests of many human trafficking survivors groups. It also aligns us with the Palermo Protocol. The bill is very simple, but very important. It withdraws from the Criminal Code an expression that means that an accusation under these sections has to rest on the fact that a victim thinks that a refusal of their part would endanger their safety or that of a person they know. According to the International Center in British Columbia, asking victims to show that they have reasonable grounds to fear for their safety can be an obstacle to convicting individuals for human trafficking. It's difficult to demonstrate certain elements of proof. For instance, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act forbids human trafficking. However, it doesn't require that the person affected think that their safety is being threatened. And that standard is more appropriate. Now, let's go through the steps that have been made. In 2002, Palermo Protocol, Canada signs on. That's the United Nations Protocol against transnational criminality in order to stop and punish human trafficking, especially women and girls. In this convention, a section defines clearly what is human trafficking. Human trafficking is the recruitment, transportation, transfer, lodging of persons through forms of constraint, such as fraud, abuse of authority, or other situations, or by offering or accepting payments or advantages to obtain a person's consent so that a person in authority over another may exploit them. Exploitation includes prostitution or other types of sexual exploitation, forced labor, slavery, practices analogous to slavery, or taking organs. That's essentially what's part of the definition. That's what was added to the Criminal Code in 2005. The Canadian definition, however, does not reflect the preliminary protocol. The victim has to prove that they feel that they're in danger if they refuse to be exploited. In the case of some people, no matter their original feeling of safety, the victim should not have to justify the circumstance in which they were lured or to prove or not the existence of trafficking. Human trafficking isn't just for sexual purposes, as was already mentioned earlier. Traffickers exploit their victims in many ways, namely forced labor. It's important to recall that if consent to come to Canada is acquired, an individual does not consent to sexual exploitation or forced labor that they might be exposed to later. Victims often end up dependent on one person due to isolation, lack of resources, and language barriers. Section 118 of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act passed in 2002 indicates that one or many people lured by fraud, deception, kidnapping, threats, use of force, or any form of coercion, any person who does those things is guilty of a criminal offense. The law also forbids passing people clandestinely to the country. Bill C-49 added 3 offenses linked to human trafficking and added them to the Criminal Code with the same type of definition. So, human trafficking, benefiting from a material advantage, specifically monetary, coming by perpetuating or facilitating human trafficking, retention or destruction of identity documents such as a passport, whether they be authentic or not, or someone who facilitates trafficking. That's exploitation that's considered an offense under human trafficking offenses. A charge has to be dealt with by a criminal court for adults. Local police denounced the fact that a 22-year-old man in Ontario used bullying and threats in order to conduct sexual threats. The victim said that her abuser took calls for her, organized her meetings, and knew how much money that she owed him only after threatening her and by taking all her money. The victim denounced her abuser's behavior to the police, and the individual was convicted and became the first person to be convicted of human trafficking. In 2010, a section was added to the Criminal Code which imposed minimum mandatory penalties for those accused of trafficking people under 18 years of age. That was Bill C-278. In 2012, the Criminal Code was amended to allow prosecution of permanent residents guilty of infractions abroad, including determining whether there was exploitation. That was Bill C-310. In 2015, mandatory minimum penalties were imposed for the offenses of human trafficking, benefiting from a material advantage coming from the exploitation of children, and retaining or destroying documents to facilitate trafficking of children. That was Bill C-252. In 2019, the Minister for Public Safety, at the time, Mr. Goodale, published a national strategy to counter human trafficking, and that went from 2019 to 2024. funded with $64 million over 6 years. This was established based on the Palermo Protocol. The strategy from 2019 to 2024 is the version that was adapted to the previous 5-year plan, and it was adapted because some weaknesses were detected by assessing this policy, including resources for sexual exploitation and forced labor were becoming more and more present. Forced labor was nothing new, but we see it more, and we are talking more about it. As you see, S224 is part of a long legislative process to end trafficking. It is a significant combat. Ralph Champavert said that the marks of trafficking will disappear when the sun of human dignity rises in all hearts. Thank you.
8, the Honourable Member Esquimalt-Saanich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on this private member's bill because I think there's no one in this chamber who would disagree with the concern that trafficking in persons is a serious problem in Canada. And so New Democrats will be supporting this bill and sending it to committee for further study. But we have some cautions here in this debate. The first of those, of course, is that quite often when you say trafficking, people presume you're talking about trafficking it for sexual purposes. And that is a serious problem that we need to address. But trafficking also has many other forms in Canada. And the one which tends to get neglected the most is forced labor. And we have people who are brought here from outside the country who are forced to work in terrible conditions at less than minimum wage and are deprived of their opportunities to pursue other ways to make a living or to get their rights recognized in Canada. So I think when we are talking about this bill, which intends to amend the definition of trafficking, we have to make sure at committee that whatever definition we ultimately adopt covers the full range of those nefarious practices of trafficking, from sex trafficking to forced labor and everything in between. My second caution is that if we are, as this bill proposes, changing the very definition of trafficking, we have to be very careful not to have unintended consequences from making a change in the definition. And here I'm reflecting the views of the Canadian Alliance for Sex Workers, who are very concerned that changing this definition will have unintended consequences on sex workers, which will make their working conditions more difficult and less safe. So at committee, we are going to need to hear from those who are most impacted by this possible change to the criminal code, and that will include sex workers. We will also need to hear from advocates for those who have been subjected to forced labor. So the committee is going to need to take its time in making sure we can get those witnesses who have the real-life experience of trafficking to bring to the committee to make sure we don't inadvertently, by changing the definition, exclude people from the definition who should be covered or cast the net too widely and include too many people in that definition of trafficking. I've said before on this bill, and I'll say it again, that we know what actually works in combating trafficking, and that is additional enforcement resources. Many police forces simply don't have the resources available to devote to trafficking cases that they would like to have and that they need. So many municipal forces have established special units to deal with trafficking. Those provinces have provincial police forces have done so, but quite often they lack adequate resources. So we need to pay attention in talking about a narrow definitional change in the criminal code to this question of the resources for enforcement, because we know that's very effective. The second thing that's very effective in combating trafficking is providing resources at the community level so that those who have been trafficked or are being trafficked can escape from the trafficking, and providing safe paths for them out of those situations. And again, that's largely a question of resources for those community-based organizations that provide those services and those exit ramps for those who are actually being trafficked. So, Madam Speaker, I do believe it's a complex situation that's being addressed by a very simple bill. And so it's going to behoove the Justice Committee to take a lot of time to make sure, as I said, that we actually cover the full scope of trafficking in Canada, that we don't inadvertently include people who have not been trafficked in that definition, and that we hear from those who will be most affected by those changes in committee. And so with that, I will conclude my remarks for today, and we will be supporting sending this bill to committee. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm excited to add my voice to this debate on S224 as well. And I want to acknowledge the hard work of sponsors of this bill, Senator Tulajan, who worked hard to steer it through the Senate, and the MP for Oshawa, who's been working hard with stakeholders and survivors to advance this bill since 2019, actually, Madam Chair. Both of these members are members of the All-Party Parliamentary Group to End Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking, an organization of which I am one of the co-chairs. And I want to thank all of the folks that are members of that organization for their help as well. Human trafficking is a form of modern-day slavery that turns people into objects to be used and exploited. It's vicious, it's profitable, it's growing here and around the world. I often say that human trafficking is happening within 10 blocks or 10 minutes of where you live. Even in my large rural riding in northern Alberta, we've had human trafficking cases here as well. We know the vast majority of human trafficking victims in Canada are female, young, and Indigenous. And the reality is that anybody can become a human trafficking victim. So this is a critical issue. There are many survivors, frontline organizations, and law enforcement working on to bring justice for victims and stop human traffickers, but our human trafficking offenses aren't accomplishing what we want them to do. Here in Canada, we're not fully aligned with the Palermo Protocol that Canada signed over 20 years ago. Specifically, within the human trafficking offenses in Section 279, there's a definition of exploitation that states a person exploits another person if they cause them to provide or offer to provide a labor or a service by engaging in a conduct that in all circumstances could be reasonably expected to cause the other person to believe that their safety or the safety of the person known to them could be threatened if they failed to provide that labor or service. The problem with this definition, Madam Chair, is that it places the burden of the offense in the mindset of the victim rather than in the actions of the trafficker, as the Palermo Protocol calls for. And the actions that traffickers used are threat or use of force or coercion or threats to other people. They use fraud or deception or the abuse of power or the abuse of vulnerability to enslave another person. The UBC law professor, Janine Bennett, she testified at the committee, and she said that the challenges with the existing definition in the criminal code at the Justice Committee are that we've adopted a definition that, this is a quote from her, we've adopted a definition that's much narrower and harder to prove than the definition of trafficking that you will find in the Palermo Protocol. The definition of exploitation in Canada requires a proven threat to safety and does not extend to keeping someone in prostitution through the exploitation of a condition of vulnerability, which is part of the Palermo Protocol. Police and prosecutors are shifting trafficking cases over to these other offenses because it's so difficult to actually prove the narrow and strict definition of trafficking that is in our law, end quote. As I've stated before, the burden of proof should never be on the mindset of the victim, many of whom aren't initially aware that they're even being trafficked. Police officers have told me over and over how they've met victims who they know are being trafficked, but because the victim doesn't live in fear of their trafficker, the officer's options are very limited. And I've met with survivors, NGOs, and law enforcement across Canada, and the one issue that comes up every meeting is that we need to be in full alignment with the Palermo Protocol. So this bill is critical to Canada's efforts to target and apprehend pimps and traffickers, to emphasize the to apprehend pimps and traffickers, to emphasize the difficulty in securing convictions over existing human trafficking offenses. I want to share the conviction statistics from Stats Canada. Less than half of the detected instances of human trafficking result in laying or recommending charges. For 10-year period between 2011 and 2021, the majority, 81%, completed adult criminal court cases involving at least one human trafficking charge was stayed, withdrawn, dismissed, or discharged. In the same time, only 12% of these cases resulted in a guilty decision. Putting another way, only 1 in 8 completed human trafficking cases resulted in a guilty decision. Finally, every human trafficking case is half as likely to result in a finding of guilt as cases involving sexual offense or violent crime. This is tragic. Canada is failing the victims of human trafficking, and our law enforcement who work so hard to investigate these and apprehend these traffickers. But this is not a new problem. Survivors and NGOs have been speaking out about this for years. Back in 2014, a report of the National Task Force on Sex Trafficking of Women and Girls in Canada, that report was titled Ending Sex Trafficking in Canada, recommended our alignment with the Palermo Protocol. And every year, the U.S. Trafficking Persons Report, which on their file on Canada, says, urges Canada to amend its criminal code to include a definition of trafficking as exploitation as an essential element of the crime, consistent with international law. The Conservative Party of Canada has had this in our platform since 2019, and a few years ago, the Alberta government launched a 9-point action plan to combat human trafficking. And in the implementation of that was spearheaded by my friend Paul Brandt, who chaired the Alberta Human Trafficking Task Force. He's done an incredible job, and the first priority of the action was to adopt the Palermo Protocol definition of trafficking. Madam Speaker, Canada needs to do much better in its fight against human trafficking, and this bill is an important start. The tragic reality of human trafficking is that it's not been a priority for this government. For example, bills like S224 and S211 are the result of individual MPs and senators who work hard to address the gaps experienced by survivors and stakeholders. A lot of work has been done to support this and been driven by the all-party group to end human trafficking and modern-day slavery since we've launched in 2018. And our goal is to ensure that Canada is free from all human trafficking and increase awareness around that. We have 4 co-chairs from each official party, and we recognize the immense value of working across political lines to combat human trafficking. That's why 3 years ago, we were able to get the House of Commons to finally recognize February 22nd as Human Trafficking Awareness Day. This, however, when we look at the legislation that the government has introduced over the past 8 years regarding human trafficking, it's taking Canada in the wrong direction. Government legislation has blocked consecutive sentencing for traffickers. That was after it had been adopted by Parliament. It reduced some of the human trafficking offenses to hybrid offenses, meaning that traffickers get away with as little as a fine. And more recently, they extended house arrest. The Liberals have extended house arrest to some human trafficking offenses. Who benefits from all these changes, Madam Chair? Pimps and traffickers. So I would urge this government I would also note that this government allowed the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking to expire in 2016 and refused to bring forward anything for almost 4 years until weeks before the 2019 election. The Liberals' 2019 national strategy to combat human trafficking says a lot of good things, but it's just that. It says a lot of good things. Unlike the Conservative Party National Action Plan, the strategy has no targets or no measurables. That's why 4 years after it being announced, the Survivor-led Advisory Committee on Human Trafficking still has not been set up. The voices and lived experience of victims and survivors are essential for the success. So I'm hoping that we can get that set up soon. Canada must have a zero-tolerance approach to human trafficking that centers on the voices of survivors. And while we often talk about sex trafficking in Canada, we know that forced labor is also very tragic and happens here in Canada. Victims of forced labor can be found in restaurants, the agricultural industry, the mining sector, living caregivers, and manufacturing. Just 2 weeks ago, Madam Chair, the York Regional Police announced that 64 men and women from Mexico were trafficked to work in Ontario. I want to thank the police for their hard work on these things and the officers who apprehended these traffickers and rescued these victims. Around the world, now more than ever, there are now more than 50 million people in some form of slavery. That's up from 40 million pre-COVID. That's more than the population of our country and more than ever in human history. Worldwide slavery is a multi-billion-dollar industry that generates more than $150 billion annually. That's why I'm so pleased to support this bill today so that we can end human trafficking here and around the world. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Oshawa has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as my colleague said, many people have been working on this a long time. He mentions 2019, but really it's been going on a lot longer than that. So I do want to take this opportunity to thank certain key people, Senator Tulajan, who brought this forward in the Senate, Senator Boisvenu for his advocacy, colleagues here in the House who took time this afternoon to speak to this bill, especially my colleague from Peace River, West Loch, and the member from St. Albert. I want to thank key staff members, Rhonda Kirkland from my office and Joel Oosterman, many stakeholders, Holly Wood from BRAVE, the Durham Regional Police, and all the victims groups, mums and dads, survivors, and the workers, Madam Speaker. And of course, my constituent Darla, who through her courage, her story, was one of the great motivations for this bill. Her story of human trafficking, Madam Speaker, being across the Canada-U.S. border, instead of allowing this experience to define her, she brought it to the attention of her community leaders, and today this bill, although a small step, is the right step in the right direction. And today, Madam Speaker, we need to move towards that direction, a direction of modernization and change. Instead of seeing a decrease in human trafficking, this modern-day slavery, we are indeed seeing this practice expand. Things are getting worse. We are hearing more and more about human trafficking. Police data indicated that human trafficking had increased 11-fold between 2010 and 2016. This is why this bill needs to pass as soon as possible. This bill's purpose is to align Canada's criminal code with that of the 2000 Palermo Protocol. It removes the unfair burden placed on exploited individuals when under current Canadian law must prove that there is an element of fear in their abuse in order to obtain a conviction in court. Again, Madam Speaker, let's pause on this very point. A horrible crime of human trafficking has occurred. No debate about it. But under current Canadian law, the victim is required to prove fear in order for a conviction to occur. This is absurd, and this is backwards. The victim should not be forced to prove their state of mind. For example, if there was an absolute proof of a human trafficking crime, would the offender be convicted if fear could not be proven? Again, Madam Speaker, this is absurd. Everyone agrees that we should not treat human trafficking victims so differently. Things need to change, and time is passing. The Palermo Protocol was adopted over 20 years ago, and Canada signed it over 20 years ago. This bill makes a very small change, and I want to read it into the record. For the purposes of Section 279.01 to 279.03, a person exploits another person if they engage in conduct that A, causes the other person to provide or offer to provide labor or a service, and involves B, in relation to any person, the use or threatened use of force or another form of coercion, the use of deception or fraud, the abuse of a position of trust, power, or authority, or any other similar act. So, Madam Speaker, we can hear that this is a very short amendment. Madam Speaker, it's been over 20 years, and let's make that commitment today to pass this bill. A bill I think every member can get behind. The statistics are ominous. Human trafficking generated $32 billion annually, over 40 million victims every year, and less than 8% of perpetrators are charged with human trafficking have ever been prosecuted. Few perpetrators are even charged with the crime. Human trafficking is happening today within 10 blocks or 10 minutes of our home, as my colleague just said. Traffickers search out young people who are homeless, addicted, traumatized, are most vulnerable. And Madam Speaker, this is the story of so many victims and so many survivors. I'm standing here today for Darla and all the vulnerable individuals who are facing or face the crime of human trafficking. I'm so proud and so optimistic listening to the speeches of my colleagues here in the House that this bill appears that it's going to be getting its day in committee. And we're open to hearing from experts to see if we can make the best bill possible. Everybody's under agreement that we have to abolish modern-day slavery. We need to urgently address the accelerating increase in human trafficking in our communities. And I look forward to moving the bill to committee and fulfilling a promise of 23 years, a promise to victims and survivors, and a promise to Darla. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Carey, seconded by Mr. Cooper, move that Bill S-224, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Trafficking in Persons, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Si un député d'un parti
If a member from a recognized party here in the House wishes the motion to be adopted, or on dissent, or wishes a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Deputy House Leader, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Comme il est 14h09.
It being 2:09, the House stands adjourned until Monday, March 20, 2023 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1. Have a nice weekend. Have a nice week in your ridings. Thank you.